Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Today is December 15th. The time is 7:08 in the evening. Sorry for the delay, but we did, as you know, have a little technical difficulty, but we're up and running now. So with that, I would invite all those folks that are online to make sure that they are muted. If it comes time for a public hearing and you wish to share some comments, you would unmute yourself. We'll recognize you, put your names and address for the record, and then proceed with the comments. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're very respectful to everyone and not speak over each other because we need a clear and concise recording for all of our meetings. So with that being said and done, Maureen, do you want to take the roll call first?
Yeah, let me get to the roll. I'm sorry. I don't have it printed. So just give me 1 second. June Daly,
Present.
Andrew Lou Millard,
Here.
Diane Jorsey,
Here.
Timothy Zigma, Brian Rogan, Chairman Veely,
Here.
Andrew Legnani, alternate,
Absent.
and Stephen Biella Jr., alternate,
I'm here.
and Nikki Zambinski, alternate.
Here.
Thank you.
Terrific. For the meeting, Nikki, because you were seated throughout the meeting last time, we'll ask you to be reseated, as we are continuing through with the public hearings and we want consistency. All right, so let's begin by all rising for the allegiance, if you please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Okay, continuing on, scheduling public hearings, we have the text amendment application of Benjamin Peterson, Luddy Cremation Care LLC to the Berlin zoning regulations, section 2B, 7B3, 7C3, to add funeral home limited services as a special permit use in the GI and GI1 zones. Now, the suggested date for this would be February 2nd, 2023. Do we have a motion?
Yep, move to schedule for February 2nd.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dorsey. Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
All right, thank you, Binsky. And for the discussion on this matter, then all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So moved. Commission business, next section. The request of Paul Pryor for a 90-day extension to file an approved subdivision map 25-1, block 17, lot 15K at 0 Heritage Drive. And what do we have on this?
So this is an approved subdivision. They're allowed 2 90-day extensions. They've received 1 extension. They've now asked for a second one. They had it ready to file, but it needed to clean up just a couple of items on the Mylar. So we do expect it to be filed shortly. But they're at the extension, at their deadline.
So when will the 90 days be up? This is the second go round for Mr. Pryor.
Well, I thought I typed it on here, but
That's all right.
I didn't.
That's good. Well,
I think it's the end of February, beginning of March,
okay, all right.
because it's not exactly to today. It's
All right. Do we need a motion
last
on
week.
I'll make the motion to approve the 90-day extension.
that? Okay, we have the motion by
Second.
Mr. Rogan, Ms. Dorsey, for the discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, so moved. On to public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Special, let me see, we have a special permit site plan application of Quantum of Berlin 2 LLC for proposed indoor sports complex and related site improvements at 0 4 Rod Road, MBL 15-1-90-6-2 in the PI 2 zone. We had opened this on October 20th. We had continued to December 1st. And we're either going to go into an extension on this or we're going to close the public hearing today. But as we are in the public hearing and continuing, good evening, gentlemen. How are you today?
Can I ask for one for
Yes.
you? We have one more technical issue, so
We just have to replug things in.
Oh, sorry, guys.
We lost a connection. So one, these directly into get rid of that.
Yeah, the bridge is alive and.
Give a full loan, I don't know. My name might have my computer. Is it? Oh, yeah. Try again. No, down from the bottom, the video. Like that. Now go up, hit the up button. There you go. Now we have that plan, don't we, that they're showing? Thank you.
Here's some.
All right, we set up with one computer and we had to switch to the other computer, so.
All right.
It's just minor delay, but the video's back up again and should be working.
Okay, so we're ready? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is William Coons. I reside in West Hartford, Connecticut. I'm speaking today about the seeking an approval for a 29,150 square foot building at 500 Rod Road, at the property in front of the existing 100,000 square foot industrial complex. I'm speaking today up here just because my engineer is not in, so I wanted to kind of pick up where we left off as we enter our third day of public hearings on this matter. We're trying to get an indoor basketball facility approved. We envision that the operator will have 3 basketball courts inside the building, with the potential to expand to a 4th. And the building has been designed to accommodate the full 29,150 square foot build out. And that's both from an engineering standpoint, which I am here with Rich Reynolds to speak to some of the comments on the engineering department of the town of Berlin. But before that, I also wanted to say that, again, I'm accompanied with the operators and the owner of the potential facility if it's approved. If this project is approved, I did a little bit of research and noticed that this will be one of very few projects that are new to any town in Hartford County or Middlesex that's built specifically for this use. Most of these complexes are in industrial buildings, they're in retrofits, and they're not brand new. So I did want to point that out, that this is built from the ground up. I, for one, know why, because the expense that goes into doing one of these. And it really took the joint effort of Zach and myself pooling capital to be able to put this in front of you all. One of the comments that has come up a few times is this location and why this location. Well, one of the reasons why this location is because Zach and Ed know very well a person that's worked with me for 20 years, and they trust him. And we've all gotten to know each other. And again, we all pool resources, because when you do a project like this, the numbers don't work. You can't build a brand new facility unless you get donations from the town. You run the fundraisers. None of that stuff existed here. Zach put in the money, and because I've been a long time property owner in Berlin, I had basically a 0 cost basis of the property. So it allowed this property at this location to work. We did explore different properties. The one property that we did explore was on the corner of Norton. There's like 7 acres there. And we looked at it and we ran the numbers, 6 or 7 acres. And it just wasn't feasible or fiscally responsible to try to make the deal work. In doing this also with Zach and Ed, there were requirements on my part too. They have an opportunity to buy the facility after 10 years. That was a requirement of them to bring their business to Berlin. They wanted to have the ability to own where they would be living for the next decade. They do have that ability at this facility. Second is Zach brought a lot to the table. He brought the courts, the wood floors, all this other contribution, and that kind of made everything work together. I wanted to point that out because I thought it was important to know why this location, why this facility. A long-time trust relationship, the ability to pool funds, and the ability to have ownership. And that's why this worked. So, and of course, the simple proof that there's not many of these things being built because they're hard to do because of the expense that goes into it. With that said, I want to turn the meeting over to my engineer so that he can speak about some of the stuff like the slope, the adequate drainage, and the things that the town's engineer had shown concern and wanted to address. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi.
Good evening, Richard Reynolds, project engineer, LRC Group. I just wanted to go over a few things. There's just a couple items that we needed to address with the town engineer. One of them, if you could bring up plan sheet number 6. It's, excuse me. This second one. Yep. Number 6.
Give them a minute to share.
It's so beautiful. Honey.
Thank you. So the sheet in front of you is our grading drainage plan. One of the comments from the town engineer, and his only comment really, was for us to look at accommodating the stormwater runoff from the parcel to the west on 500 Florod Road. So you can see if you zoom into the top center of the, yep, right in that area there. There's a depression there that we added a flared end section to collect the stormwater runoff from that parcel. In doing that, we needed to accommodate for any additional flow from 500 Florod in the design of our stormwater management area. So if you can scroll down a little bit, coming into the right of the sheet. So to the right of the building, there is a stormwater management area that has been reshaped to accommodate stormwater runoff from 500 Florod Road. The town, we sent a copy of this plan, revised engineering summary to the town engineer for his review, and the town engineer emailed the following response to the town planner. These revisions addressed my previous comments for emails dated 10/28 and 12/1, which were focused on the site's grading and drainage. So we addressed pretty much his only comment regarding the drainage and accommodating stormwater runoff from the adjacent property. The next thing that we wanted to talk about was a question that happened at the last planning and zoning meeting regarding the slope at the top of the retaining wall and if it meets the town code. So if you could go down that sheet, actually to sheet number 10, please. So sheet number 10 is our erosion control plan. you can see the crosshatch areas are areas that we're going to be adding erosion control blankets to minimize any erosion control or erosion during construction prior to full stabilization of the slopes. So we provided this plan, a copy of our landscaping plan, which had the seed mix, and we provided the construction detail for the erosion control blanket that's required to be put on these slopes. So the town engineer's response is the attached reflect the applicant's response to what I understand was a verbal comment at the planning and zoning meeting regarding slopes coming down to the top of the retaining wall, southwest portion of the site, which on this drawing is your lower left. Above the retaining wall has approximately 2-to-1 slopes, which it does. We take no exception to impose erosion control blanket measures to stabilize these slopes, as well as long-term stabilization with topsoil and seed. These measures and the supporting documents appear to satisfy relevant portions of the sections 7B, 5C, 8A, 6G, 8A, 6H, and my mistake. 12B, 5C, 13A, 6G, section 13A, 6H, and 13A, 6I of the zoning regulations. All review comments from town staff have been addressed to their satisfaction.
Sure. While we're on this map, would you also please address the stockpile? The temporary stockpile area and what it is, what the plans are for it?
Sure. So the temporary stockpile area you see to the left of the proposed building will be where topsoil and material are stockpiled. It's enclosed with a double row of silt fence. There's a temporary erosion control measures that are required if it's not moved within 30 days of its placement. All that information is contained on our detail sheets and in the erosion control plan notes.
People may be sick or whatever about this.
Okay.
And I'm gonna turn it back over to Bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. The next topic that we wanted to discuss, because as this came up, was the traffic study. Clearly, I'm not equipped to do anything but read the conclusion of the traffic study, and you all can do the same reading. Obviously, it didn't have an impact how I read it, but I did ask the gentleman who performed the traffic study for us to come today so that he could speak to the traffic study. But before I turn the mic over to him, I'd love to just make sure that you received I don't know if it's an email or a letter. I think it was an email from the town engineer to his position of the traffic study. Okay, it was an email. All right, I didn't remember it was an email or a letter. All right, and that should be helpful as well. I'm kind of echoing in that language that didn't have really much of an impact. With that said.
Go ahead, Diane. What we received in our packages refers to a first attached photo and second attached photo that was not part of what our package included.
I'm sorry. Hold on. So it should be in the meeting file. because I put all the photos in.
Have a copy of it. Copy of the picture.
That would be great, if I had them on my desk. I just didn't get them, I guess,
They should have been
to get
them.
them put in. Yeah, I'm sorry for that.
That's December 9th email,
First picture, second picture come first.
but they were attached.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Kermit Hua. I prepared a traffic study for this site. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. I will just briefly go through the traffic study. In November of this year, I did a traffic counts at the driveway intersection. Full Rod Road, existing driveway intersection during the weekday morning, weekday afternoon, and a Saturday midday peak hours. Because that was the winter month, I bumped up those numbers by 6.6% based on Connecticut DOT seasonal adjustment factors, so that the volumes will reflect the busiest summer month of the traffic condition on Full Rod Road. And also for the build condition, we expect this to be up and running probably next year, 2023. There will be an assumed 1% traffic growth between 2022 and 2023. And looking at the peak hour traffic impact, the closest sort of a land use category I had from a trip generation manual published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers is Health Fitness Club. Based on the square footage, the estimated trips to be generated by this use is 38 trips in the morning, 101 in the afternoon peak hour, and the 93 trips during the Saturday midday peak hours. So that is the total of in and out trips. 38, 101, and 93. Then the final thing I did, I looked at the impact of these trips based on these numbers and the existing traffic volumes on Full Rod Road. During all 3 peak hours, all movements at the driveway will operate at level of service A or B with very short delays. The only level mostly will be A. The only delay associated with level of service B is a little bit over 10, average of 10 seconds is the exit movement for people getting out of the driveway onto Full Rod Road during the weekday afternoon peak hour. That's 10.8 seconds per vehicle. So the threshold between A and B is 10 seconds. So that just crosses threshold from A to B. So overall, really there's no capacity constraints for the intersection for Full Rod Road. And after this is occupied, we don't expect any traffic issues on Full Rod Road. The other thing I also looked at is the traffic accident records for this section of Full Rod Road. Specifically, I looked at the segment of Full Rod Road between the intersection Winding Meadow Road and Norton Road. During the past 3-year period, we only found 1 accident records. People coming out of a residential driveway away from this intersection. So really, based on the accident records, we don't see any pattern of safety concerns, and the side distance are good. So overall, I think this is a good use, land use. Traffic-wise, it will work because we have more than enough capacity on the existing roadway. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
May I ask a question
Sure.
with the traffic? So, you said that the peaks, the trips would be 38 and then 101 and then 93 as you
Yes.
go into the evening. Now, is that assuming a full build out on the building or is that?
Or full build out. For the 4 courts, the total square footage was 29,150. That's the number I use for build out. By the way, 38 for the weekday morning peak hour, 101 for the weekday afternoon peak hour, 93 is for the Saturday midday peak hour. It's about 12 to 1 for a Saturday.
Okay. So knowing Four Rod Road and the way the road slopes down. Excuse me, if you're online, would you please mute yourself?
I'm sorry about that. I signed out. Stop.
That's okay. That's all right, Steve. All right. Let me go back to my thought. So if you have a basketball event happening or a tournament or something, so now you're gonna get this push of cars that's gonna be going because they're all gonna want to see their kids play or drop the kids off or whatever. So my question is this: we've got a road that pretty much slopes down and then it bottoms out, and that's where your entrance is. So folks are coming from the top of that hill, and unfortunately, they don't pay attention to the speed limits. And they're going at a good clip at about 50 miles an hour as they come over that hill. Now, all of a sudden, they're running into a queue of cars that's all gonna be turning left. Do you see that as any potential point of conflict? I mean, do we have enough stopping time for those folks?
I think just for, based on my field observation is that there is a good sideline for people looking left and looking right if you want to, you know, to exit the driveway. I see your point, Madam Chair. The other point I want to make, this is an existing driveway. We're not making new curb cut on Fort Rock Road. So, you know, I assume at least area residents know. From Northern Road, there's two like a development on the left side, right? There's a big box.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, industrial, then this is the second one. If people are unfamiliar with, if you are, you know, like you said, concerned about rear-ending people waiting to make a left turn, we certainly can add a, you know, like a yellow sign, warning sign, sort of showing people there's a driveway ahead. Because I understand your point. This will be a you know, given the current low volume on Fort Rock Road, just in terms of the percent increase,
Yeah.
pick up, this will be a large percent increase. Yeah, we certainly can add a
Yeah.
yellow warning sign.
Yeah, I think we want to add something along that, you know, depending which way the commission goes, but we want to try to prevent that from happening. We don't want any points of
Right.
contact or conflict. or
Right. By the way, the kind of warning sign I'm thinking is just sort of a what do you call it?
Business entrance ahead.
Yeah.
something
No,
like
no,
that.
just a symbol with the road as a, you know, bar. Then you have another bar. Show a
Maybe
T
a car
intersection.
crashing into.
No,
something.
crash, just a T intersection symbol. Just a yellow warning sign with a T intersection symbol, you know.
Yeah.
Reminding people there's a driveway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we certainly can do that.
Yeah, I think that's a concern. Okay.
Thank you.
And-
Can I make a suggestion there?
Yes.
So I'm actually adding it to the list of potential conditions. The police department obviously has the purview, the police commission obviously has the purview over road signage. So I am suggesting adding work with the police department to add warning signage for entering for the driveway. I don't know, I'll come up with some word there.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
And, you know, upcoming driveway. No traffic, entering traffic.
Okay, and then we have other questions. June,
Just real quick, you said your study was done in November. Was that early November?
Actually, I don't have that.
And that's okay. The only reason I was mentioning because Michael Ahern, they had road work done around the week of the 21st. So if it was after there was some,
I did not observe any. No.
well, not roadway, but they kind of opened this line of sight work.
oh, I see.
Through that email that we received, it was later, and I didn't know if it was later after it looked, so it may have been.
Okay,
Open to a little bit.
good point.
So I'll also note that we did just pull up on the screen the pictures that you were
Yeah.
looking for with the attachment to the email. So one picture is up now, the other picture, if you
Yeah,
asked, we'll switch the screen.
yeah, terrific. This way, Ms. Miller,
Just for clarification, your study, you took in consideration the traffic coming from the other businesses going in and out.
Yes, existing business.
That's your-
By the way,
Those are
it's not,
reflected
it's
in
not,
here.
yeah, it's a big development, but I don't, you know, what I spent six hours sitting there. I don't see a lot of traffic using that driveway, to be honest.
So you do have two other businesses there.
Yeah, I understand, but
So they were taken in consideration.
yeah, they were, everything is into consideration. It's right at the T intersection.
and anyone else have questions at this point? Okay. All right,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank
Change to other picture.
Oh.
We will add those pictures to the record. I'm sorry, then they're probably in the
Yeah.
file. They just probably weren't copied. Who knows, the color copier might have been going fluey.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
The next thing that has come up over these meetings were something that is sensitive, so I want to state what we talked about with the town engineer, but also be cognizant of the fact that it's a serious issue and that we understand it and that this project potentially has helped a situation that everyone discovered during this process. And that is the two homes across the street have, we all learned, had driveway site issues coming in and out of their property. This process certainly has shed a lot of light on that. Not only for us, but also I think the town. I think people have gone over there. They've been trying to address this issue. If this project gets approved, we are required to do a sidewalk there. And I'm told from the engineer, which we could pull him back up, but maybe common sense will take my word on that one, that the sight line improves with the sidewalks being put in. Those aren't my words. Those were the town of Berlin engineers' words. And I think, Maureen, there's an email to that effect. I don't know if the commission has that email.
I think it's in that thread.
Okay. And I guess the only other thing that I would say on that line is we're going to end up building a building there. This was obviously the choice building and the choice business and the choice partners that we have brought forth to the commission. And ultimately, it'll be your decision if this is something that we're allowed to build here. But there's going to be something there. So when I say that, there were concerns about lights. And I wanted to address that and first say that the light issues, from what I heard on the public record, were not that of the properties that I owned, but of a property that I sold. I guess the lights were pointing at the neighbors. There has been a light study done by the engineers. We could certainly bring them back up. There's a plan that shows that the heads of the lights actually point down. Now, the parking lot will be illuminated, but it won't be shining up at the people. So when they, walk into their house, they got, bright lights coming in like headlights from a car. I just wanted to point that out. And the other point that came up was parking and extra parking. That's probably one of our major pluses. We have an abundance of parking. I think everybody knows that, so we won't address it, but I happen to own both properties today. And as I explained to everybody here, that eventually Vail will end up being the owner of one of the properties. So I would clearly have to execute a easement for them for overage parking because I don't intend to be the owner of both properties forever. Let's see. The only other thing that I have is well, I think I'm good. That's all I have. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. We are in the public hearing. So is there anyone in the public or on Zoom that wishes to comment either for or against this application? Now would be the time to let your thoughts be known. Yes, ma'am, and you just have to use the microphone. And name and address, please, for the record. Thank you.
Cheryl Cutero, 519 Fort Rock Road. I just want some clarification. When this was initially in the first meeting, it was mentioned that it would be 22,000 square feet, I believe, with an additional either 29,000. Is it now 29,000, like starting off?
All right, I'll let you. Yes. You can answer if you can field the question.
the original application was 29,000, but we're only building the 22 or 23. Thank you. They wanted to have the ability to build the fourth quarter. They just don't have.
So they would get approval for the full 29.
But
I just asked, if you're asking what our process is, yeah, they would have it as a full 29.
All right, and then, at the last meeting, it was addressed that this was the existing issues for us as homeowners across the street. While that may be true, in the traffic study, this does compound those issues. So while that is brought, has been brought to the attention of the town, this development, it still doesn't change the impact that as homeowners, we're gonna have on a daily basis. This is gonna be a 7-day a week. And from what I understood, it's gonna be rolling out maybe like multiple sessions. So in that traffic study, while they gave these numbers, does that take into consideration those different sessions, whether it's every hour, every 2 hours, whatever it has? That's going to make impact the volume of traffic. And if you pull up that picture of the hill, that's my driveway. So as the cars come down, you can put as much signage as you want, but cars are not going to be looking at that signage. When they hit that curve and go over that hill, and there's someone stopped to make a left turn, it's going to be too late. So while a sign is great, I really don't think that going, because you could have multiple cars stop to take a left turn. If you're going to have other cars coming in from, I don't know if it's north or east, whatever, but from the opposite direction into that same parking lot. So that's just my concern. I mean, so not this one. So you're going to have traffic coming up Rad, up towards the hill, making that right turn into that. So that's my driveway. It's literally as you're coming down the hill. My concern is as those cars come over the hill, if there are cars stopped to make that left turn, what's the impact going to be? We're talking about children being in these cars potentially. While it may look like there's not a lot of traffic coming down that street, it can be pretty dicey at times to get out of the driveway. And that's just I have 3 children. I'm not against the sports complex in our town. I'm just concerned about the traffic. I'm concerned about the value of our home. I know we live across the street from an industrial park, but we're talking about a large building here. And again, it's something that while I'm not against the sports complex, and I think that's great, I think it's great for our young people. It's just, I just have a lot of, my own thoughts about the location of where it is. And it's not that, like I say, it's not that I'm against it, because I'm not against it. I just, the town's gonna vote how they're gonna vote, but it's something that it's gonna impact our lives. And, that's all
Yeah.
we really have to say.
That's very good. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Antonio Casero. I live at 519 Florida Road. That's my wife. Oh, and yeah, like everybody has said, the owner of the building, the owner of Vail, everybody has seen that it is an existing condition that we have that is a dangerous condition. It's an industrial zone. Now you're going to put the kids in an industrial zone with the safety issues that are already there. As it is, you're going to have to put signs up. You're going to have to put caution signs and slow signs. So that should tell you right there how dangerous the intersection is. The traffic study, I'm not even concerned about line of sight coming out of driveways because we've learned to deal with it. The traffic study says that the road can handle the traffic. My thing is the traffic can't handle the road. The people that are driving cannot handle that road. They said they only had one accident in the last 3 years reported. I don't know about that. I know my son, I actually, after the last meeting, I talked with my son. I said, Nick, that's my son. Didn't that somebody crash into a school bus? He goes, yeah, I was coming off the school bus and they flew off the bus over the hill and crashed right into the school bus. Right? He was probably in middle school. There's been quite a bit of accidents there, never mind the spin out. The traffic study, when was it done in November? Was it during Thanksgiving when the factory isn't open? I don't know, because there's a lot of tractor trailers pull out of there. They can't get up that hill and they can't come down. And I can just see it all happening there. I like the idea of all that. I'm a sports guy too. It's just, I don't think it's a safe section to put this in there. And put sidewalks there too. Kids are gonna be crossing the street. You know, I just hope nobody regrets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you very, very much. Okay, yeah.
Traffic study would have been done, I don't know exactly when he did it, but I do know that it was sent into the town before the last meeting. I think that was November 18th, so you got it maybe a week before then. So it wasn't Thanksgiving, just to alleviate that. This gentleman is correct. It is a pre-existing condition. We did talk to the town engineer about that. We understand that, and Maureen can certainly speak to this as well, that as we all talked about it, one supposedly has nothing to do with the other, but we all know one always has something to do with the other. That's why I want to address that. My opinion is we improve the line of sight for the property by doing the sidewalks, and the traffic, which we can bring the traffic study guy back up, does not elevate the amount of traffic to the next grade or next level by introducing the traffic from this property. The last thing, and probably most important thing that I will say, is this is an as of right building. There will be a building built there. I don't know that it'll be something like this. This is up to the commission. There's a special permit involved, but you know, I can put a building there and there's going to be something there. I'm hoping it's this because I think it's great for the community. I think it's great for the Vail folks and the many endorsements of residents that have emailed in. Today, I asked Vail people not to come and speak up. They called me and said, should we come in? I said, listen, I think we had a great meeting last time and I didn't want to take up the commission's time. We have, you know, a dozen plus emails. I think everybody knows there's support for youth basketball, and to have another 5-6 families come in here and speak again, I just thought was, you know, belaboring what they're going to say. They're going to say the guys at Vail are great, and they are great. The rest of the stuff is, you know,
If I can
Yeah.
comment in that quickly,
Go ahead.
I believe you got a couple more letters and some more in your packages and supplemental packages. The emails are flying on all subjects.
For the record, Kermit Waugh. Responding to the two issues, the question first about the roadway capacity, you know, I just want to reiterate my professional opinion. There's more than enough capacity on 4 Raw Road for these trips. There will be no issue, no traffic capacity deficiency as a result of this development on 4 Raw Road or at the driveway intersection. About sightline, there are two kinds of sidelines we consider, you know, in this situation. One is the we call intersection sightline. That is for people pulling out of the driveway, whether they can see far enough to the left and to the right to make a safe exit. You know, to see that vehicles are coming. That's the intersection sightline. The other is a stopping sightline, which in this case apply to people going northbound. You know, can they see far enough? There's a vehicle stopped, waiting to make a left turn. My field observation is, you know, they are sufficient for both cases. I also, when I was sitting there, I also looked at the Google map. If you look at the, you know, Google Street View, the distance between the driveway and the hump of the roadway, I would say about like 400 or 500 feet, plus or minus. That's more than sufficient for both the intersection side distance and stopping side distance. Assuming a prevailing, what we call 85th percentile speed, that is the 85th percentile highest speed, which people usually, I understand that they travel higher than close to 25 miles per hour. If we assume, say, 39 or 40 miles per hour, use that as a 85th percentile, we have more than enough sight lines, side distances to meet those requirements, given the prevailing speed on the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the commission?
Yeah,
Anyone else out?
it's been a little question.
Okay, go ahead, Tim.
Picture of cell phone. No, yeah, I don't. I'm definitely-
He's asking to put up.
Cell phone. Oh, the other way.
Okay, I had a 50-50 shot.
One of the adjacent property. Does the adjacent property go up to that hill, that I see up there, at the end of the sidewalk, or does it go? Stop it for that?
Are you saying, does it stop at the berm there?
Well, I don't know if adjacent property would have, going to be, is at the end of that guardrail or further up the hill? Because they're gonna put sidewalks in, whatever their frontage is. For the road, I would say.
So there's,
Going up the sidewalks are going on the opposite side of the street. It's an extension of the existing
This
sidewalk.
this is sidewalk, right? Opposite side, but the length of your frontage. I'm just looking
Right,
at
so-
that hump right there, at the top of the hill.
Right, so if you.
hold on a second. I think it'll be easier on the GIS. Let's see, the aerial view, don't you think? No? We can go back to the picture. We can minimize this again.
Just my question is, the sidewalk stops at that hump there, and that's a little.
The sidewalk stops. Pretty much right to the rest of the hill, so.
Right at the-
the Property line is
So there's
right there.
That outcropping of hill, there.
So there's a
Yeah.
proposed retaining wall, where that sidewalk gets extended, there's a proposed.
If the sidewalk being extended into that hill, then your sight line gets a little longer. Because
That
now,
was the point of the.
right, so that's what,
And that's
now
what the
if the
town is-
sidewalks go into that hill, if it is, then your sight line gets longer.
And that's the comment the town engineer made also when he visited the site. with these pictures.
Okay.
So how far is that sidewalk gonna go now?
It goes
To the crest,
pretty much to the crest, from the picture, it's hard to see where the property line is exactly, but.
So you're gonna be adding beyond the crust? You're
You
adding
just
on
go
to
to
it
the,
existing?
to the property, right from the end of
Oh,
the
yeah, it
existing
does
to the
go.
property.
So,
you see the sidewalk there.
Oh, okay, so we're not talking about the sidewalk going up the hill any further, we're talking about the sidewalk coming down.
So,
the side, so there's this little section of sidewalk on the opposite side of the road that was
Right.
installed. But the sidewalk plan calls for the sidewalks to fill in on both sides, so their responsibility would be as defined in the 2008 subdivision approval for when this property gets built to equate to what they had to do on the opposite side of the street, whether that, so forget that sidewalk exists, they're lucky, they don't have to do that section, but they have to do the length that they were required to do. Now, there's sidewalks coming down from the north that are the responsibility of the northern property owner, and those are yet to be installed as well, and there's a match line somewhere there. I'm not sure
Sidewalk's
what
gonna
it
be
is.
added to the existing sidewalk you see up
Right.
the hill.
All
That's,
right,
that's.
so can you take a mousy thing and show me where this sidewalk's gonna go, just so that we all know?
So squeeze, make it smaller.
Getting lost in
Okay,
space.
so can I do this?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the property.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Okay, so the property goes to this point
Okay.
and,
We don't want that, so.
and down here to the south. So-
Take that hump
So this,
Go ahead.
this would be the section that gets sidewalk. I'm not exactly sure of, where the responsibility of the northern, it's bonded by the northern property owner on the west side that has to come down. I'm not sure exactly where that match line will be, but they'll have to match up with each other. So this whole section will have sidewalks once the project is completed.
It's the Midway, building.
I don't know the ownership. I'm sorry. It's the Hatchery Brook, the homes.
Property line.
Yeah,
Yeah, and there's like ledge there, so you have to kind of bite into it.
we can't turn this.
Look, upbound. Taken out.
So is that-
There will be.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain, just didn't really.
Okay, so Maureen, my question is, if the kid's at McGee and he decides, I'm gonna go down to the sports complex, I'm gonna ride my bike or I'm gonna walk. So he's gonna leave McGee, he's gonna go on Norton Road, then he's gonna take a right on the Four Rod, he's gonna walk down. Is he always on a sidewalk? I guess that's what my question.
That's the plan. So the town has a sidewalk connectivity plan. And it's being implemented with monies that are being allotted. I'm not sure which section. We, with construction costs, the town got less money than anticipated.
Yeah,
We had the bids out, but the bids came in much higher.
Well, everything's.
Because of the time. So we did have to cut sections. Public Works had to cut sections. I'm not sure where they sit for all the sections along Four Rod Road, but we're really close to getting the entire west side of Four Rod Road done. And this piece from this, when this property is developed, they're responsible for that piece that was already established, just like this piece just
Right.
north of it is already established as being the responsibility of the property to the north or to north. So we're well on the way to connectivity all the way to the schools on Norton Road.
Okay,
Did that answer the question?
yes.
Or was it
That did-
confusing?
The
no.
house is from, one road. Ford Road. Most of those houses have sidewalks in front.
No. You can
Each sections in there.
see the sidewalk from the
Yeah.
corner. It goes, the corner is just here
Run,
and it's going north.
and then
And then it stops.
And then there's that little piece where those driveways are.
Right.
And so then here we have a gap. And as we go a little further north, and then here's another piece. Yeah,
Will there be a crosswalk going from where that sidewalk stops, going into where the complex is supposed to be?
I guess that would be something that would be determined.
I would think. it
The
would be
commission, the
necessary.
police commission would need to determine if
Because
that
anyone
was
barreling
the
down that
place to put such, and if it was appropriate to put it. You know, that wouldn't be like, the police commission would be the one looking at.
I would think for the safety of the children walking or riding their bikes, crossing that road, if anybody coming down that hill, there would need to be some type of a crosswalk.
We can ask the police commission to address it, but they have the authorization to put up signs or put crosswalks or
Yeah.
whatever, that they're for bigger, not ours.
Okay, Nikki?
We'd love to have them.
All right, hold on, Nikki.
So at the high school, when you drive down that road at the high school, there's sort of like that bump out on the road that you have to, like the speed bump.
Yeah. keep on with that.
Because this is a center that we're having a lot of children, or young people there, is it possible to have some kind of like a bump out to slow people down, or do you think that would be too? Is it?
Well, I think you might make them airborne.
Yeah.
That's the police commission.
And then we really.
Not that I want to make people airborne, I really don't.
Yeah, I
I'm trying
know.
To think of ways to.
To slow them down. No, people It's,
Well, yeah.
that's a tough one, but yeah, you would, I think if it was more level or something, we could do that.
Yeah, and that would be, so traffic issues such as that are traffic issues that are addressed by the
Yeah.
police commission. And I will, and as we're on that topic, and it was in your packages several months ago, but the police commission made no comment on the application. And the police chief made comment on technical details, but not a technical detail, not on concerns.
Yeah. Looking at them for sure.
Usually after the complex, they'll go out and look at it and see the traffic. And then they'll put their signs up or whatever that's needed, so.
Yeah.
Not our purview.
Mr. Rush, you going to Piglet Lake?
Yes,
Anything?
Chris Edge, 240 Kensington Road. I actually talked briefly with Officer Bobak, who is a traffic officer, and made him aware of some of the concerns, so he definitely is aware
Okay.
that this is in the purview, and he is the traffic part of it. So
And
he's aware of this, so.
in the town engineer's analysis, he also talked to the traffic officer during that process and kind of took over some of the analysis due to the constraints of the PD right now.
Right. And then Diane has one, oh, I'm sorry.
Please.
Other comment?
Look, I was gonna say, if Ms. Dorsey has a question, let me know.
For you?
Might be quick, just 5 quick points. With the facility, Berlin residents and their children who currently go to Vail will stay in Berlin. In my opinion, this gives Berlin an opportunity to be seen by people who would never come here, but will as a result of Vail sports facility. People will likely not just drop off their kids or hang out in the parking lot. They'll stay in town and hopefully spend money at our small businesses. Vail has become a destination in Cromwell, which is why they're looking for a new facility. And I believe they will also become a destination because of their excellence with both youth and adult sports. Last, this is an industrial commercial area which allows the use. And I just ask you to approve this application, and it could be a benefit to the community as a whole.
Okay, thank you. A question for Mr. Combs. We're talking a lot about traffic. I know you have plans for overflow. I think one of the concerns that we have that we haven't actually talked about is human nature to be lazy and possibly parking on the street rather than parking in the overflow area. And so we haven't seen any design of the backside of the building. It's not really clear if there's a plan to have entrances from the backside. I'm guessing not. But I'm thinking that that might help to alleviate people's laziness and encourage them to park on the backside of the building and in the overflow areas rather than the shorter walk out on the street.
We actually do, but I wouldn't call it the backside. I call it the side.
The side.
And I'm gonna let the engineer, because northeast, southwest, I'm gonna screw all that up.
So the plan you see on the screen is the site plan. So on the east side and the west side, there will be access to the building. So the bottom side is the east side and the top side is the west side. So there will be, the main entrance really is on the east side where it has the handicap parking, but there is parking on the west side and the south side of the building to accommodate the use.
And you should point out that just because people are lazy, the laziest point to park would be in those spots, not the street. That's the closest point to the building by those spots.
I'm always amazed at how lazy people are that are going for exercise. Mr. Rogan.
So I guess my concern would still be the hours of operation. While it isn't an industrial park, all roads leading to that building would be going through quiet neighborhood. So while the roads from the traffic study can handle the traffic, it's still an impact as far as noise goes, with vehicles coming and going or people hanging out in the parking lot. So I think 10 p.m. might be a bit late I was wondering maybe if it would be possible to shave an hour off that and make it 9 PM.
That's not for me.
Ed Battle, East Hartford. Since 2018, I've been co-owner of the basketball program, and very seldomly is there a hangout in the parking lot. Most times, parents are picking their kids up from practice and logistically shooting them home to get homework done and to pack in for the evening. Our adults, again, they tend to hang inside of the facility as they play their sports, and it's very seldom that they would go outside the facilities that have activities that they engage in internally inside the facility. So hanging out has never really been a challenge. And the adults, again, are trying to get out of there just as quick as the kids when they're done recreating. So it's never really milling going on in the parking lot of sorts. So I just wanted to bring some clarity to that, that there's very little activity after the practice.
I guess my major concern was is like as people drive away, they're gonna be driving through a lot of quiet residential neighborhoods. So that's where that concern comes from, because that's a lot of added traffic noise where at 10:30 at night, you're not seeing that right now.
So our last practice, team practice, ends at 8 o'clock. It goes from 7 to 8. So the traffic that would be from 8 until 10 would probably be a group of 10 guys playing basketball, or so all three courts are very seldomly used off peak hours, which would be after 8 PM. It's just like a group of guys coming in after they put the kids to bed to play a quick pickup game. Our heavy traffic is done by 8 PM.
So what,
Yes.
so what time do the doors close?
10 PM is the time that we shut them. We take our last rental at 9 PM to 10.
Okay, so what time do you open?
The current facility has different operations that
Okay,
open.
but
I will open at 8 AM
So you're planning 8 AM to 10 PM, is that daily?
daily, yes.
All right,
The
no,
first game on the weekends would be at 8 AM.
okay, but there's no fluctuation or later hours planned for the weekend.
No, within the regulations of youth sports, no game can go beyond 10 PM. So we would never go past 10 PM. Okay, and in youth sports, we end at 8 PM with our last game, 7 into 8 PM. Sometimes the high school kids might play at 8 to 9 PM, but it's very seldom that you have a youth game that's beyond the 8 PM.
Would you be comfortable having that as one of the conditions that youth sports end at 8 PM?
I think it will be hard fiscally, because you also need revenue coming in behind that with some of the recreational opportunities for the adults. And I also think for business and retention, it's also excellent to give parents an opportunity to have platforms to engage in pro-social behavior.
I'm just saying for the youth sport, but just.
Oh, youth does end at 8.
Yeah, so part of the condition would be that youth end at 8 and you still be allowed to do your adult recreational.
Again, I would advocate for 10 PM in general, just in case we want to have a, tournament at night with kids where it's more socially and interpersonal skills that's also involved in the night. So to end it at 8 will always kind of cap what we can do. I would ask that 10 PM be the time that the facility closed, and I can assure you that we're responsible. We don't have one complaint at Vail and Middletown for any type of incidences that were caused as a result of being open till 10 PM. So if that was the case where things happen more after 8 PM, I might be more inclined to commit to that today, but I'm open to a discussion, but it would be hard to kind of cap it at 8 PM, given some of the activities, because after practice, we might have pizza, we might go in the game room, the kids might play the video game, kind of wind down. So the parent might play at 9 o'clock, so the kid kind of go into their homework. So it'll be hard to kind of cap it, given some of the relationships and all of the activities that go on in the facility.
Yeah, I kind of support that being flexible up until the 10 o'clock hour, maximizing the cost and the use of the building. Having been in sports quite a bit through my years as well. You want to be able to have some flexibility in there as you build your programs and you bring in different tournaments and so forth. Fort Rudd Road to me seems like a kind of a major thoroughfare, so there might be traffic already on that. I don't know that there's that many more cars that'll be there late at night. That would be a concern between 8 and 10. We come across Silver June or something as well. Like you said, smaller programming typically in the evening. I'm not so concerned about it going till 10.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Just out of curiosity, the size of the building compared to the one in Cromwell, what is the difference? What's the square footage in the Cromwell?
In Middletown,
Up in Middletown?
I think that may be close to 40,000 square feet, 36,000 square feet, somewhere in that range, maybe over 40,000
And
square
this is
feet.
29,
And this is 29,
so it's
and,
smaller.
and they have the entire backside, which is a machine shop as well, that's included in that square footage. And the
Okay.
backside is exclusive to the core four and the dodgeball sort of uses that backside. We really, as a basketball program, never use that backside outside of my office being back there. We're primarily on the front courts, which is about 18,000 square feet. That's sort of where we have a classroom where we do our leadership program, our 15-week leadership program, but we never sort of go in the back unless the kids are kind of hanging in the office.
The other thing, I know one of the other concerns that the neighbors had mentioned was the noise. And I didn't know if any consideration for additional soundproofing to help with the neighbors' concerns as far as the noise coming from the building was taken into consideration. Any thoughts on that? Everyone's pointing everyone else. You feel this one.
I think with the noise, with the gym doors open, that was the concern that in the grade school, the doors were open when they had play.
If you stayed up here, you'd be.
Yeah, because the doors are open during play and they reacted saying that their doors would primarily be closed during their activity. I don't know.
So big. Well, let's hear from the applicant.
You could go to. For the new landscaping. That's sheet number 11. please. So this is the landscaping plan. As you can see on Bullard Road, right against the property line, some additional landscaping has been added along the eastern property line. Provide a little bit more screening and a little bit the other side.
Yeah, we're just trying to get it big enough so you could see what's going on down at that. So come down to here. He wants to be. There we go.
Yes, you can see along Bullard Road, right to your left of the cursor and to your right. Our landscape architects added some trees and some other stuff to provide a buffer and help with any noise or there's no lighting issues because the lighting plan shows 0 foot candles leaving the property. So it was more just providing a screening and buffer.
I also want to address a little of that too, because it came up in the last meeting. That you almost should look at this as the building's in a fishbowl. It's 27 feet high. So you're only getting the roof. So the building is down below. So it's kind of tucked away in a bowl. So the sound is going to be, a lot of the sound on the ground is going to be bouncing off against the walls down there off the retaining wall because it's sunk in. So this building has, when you're on the street, comes to about the top of the building. So it's kind of, we have to dig out to put the building in there. So it's kind of sunk in and down low. So it's not sitting up on top where, you know, you get more of an echo. You're kind of sunk in down, and then with the extra plantings, we're told that that helps mitigate noise.
And even in a tournament format, you might have 3 courts going, so you may have.
Excuse me, could you lean towards the microphone?
I'm sorry.
It's just the recording doesn't come
I
through.
apologize. During the heavier hours, during our tournament hours, we have 3 courts, and we're limited really to, 2 teams per court, which is only 6 teams, which is, like 60 people, and that's huge space, is a small amount of people to sort of be overtly, loud. And I've been in facilities all my life. I'm a professional basketball player. And when you're standing outside of facilities, it's not this uproar unless you're sort of at watching Steph Curry play, you know, you have 60,000 people in the auditorium. But it's very seldom that in a youth sport event, it's more anxiety through the parents than there's excitement because there's, you know, want their kids to be successful. So I've never had a noise complaint or I've never had to quiet anyone down because it's too loud. So that's something that's unique for me to hear in sports all my life at the highest level.
And Maureen, anything you want to add to this?
So, I think I made my comments at an earlier meeting for the most part. So what I did, and you have in front of you, is should you decide to approve this typical, I would put together what I think our staff comments would be. Remind you that should you decide to approve the application, this use does not have a defined parking number. And therefore you have to determine that the parking provided is adequate for the use. And just, you know, that statement has to be made. And then I added to this list as well to determine if there are limits that you want to put on with regard to hours or other such things. Just note that in conjunction with testimony given and comments with the town engineer and discussions with him, what we were discussing was, I wanted to point out item number 7, which is at the last hearing, they talked about when they start excavating the wall, because they'd like to use existing ledge that's there, if it's there and they can use it, that any modifications to the wall and the grading detail that's been provided be re-reviewed to the satisfaction of the town engineer and staff and planning staff, and of course the building department as well, but for proper permitting, but that both of us were comfortable with that being a condition that we could deal with that grading should they decide they want to change that plan by utilizing the natural grades that are there. And then, as I said, I added in my previous comment at the end of these comments that to work with the PD, or that you're suggesting they work with the PD or consult with the PD to add additional warning signage if the PD determines it to be appropriate.
Make a motion to close public hearing.
All right,
I'll
Mr. Zigma.
second.
So Mr. Zigma has a motion to close this public hearing. Ms. Jorsey has a second. Further discussion on this? And all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So moved. Going on to the application of 554 Berlin Turnpike Associates LLC, 502 Berlin Turnpike, map 10-2, block 82, lot 13B, 522 Berlin Turnpike, map 10-2, block 83, lot 13, 554 Berlin Turnpike, map 10-2, block 83-4, lot number 14. This is continued. It was opened on October 5th, continued through November 3rd, December 1st, and now here we are. This encompasses the zoning map amendment for the Berlin Turnpike. Request from the Berlin Turnpike BT1 to the Berlin Turnpike Development BTD, and also the special permit site plan application for mixed-use development, including 106 residential units within 3 buildings, a retail building, and reconfiguring the parking lot for 2 commercial buildings. Did I get that right? Whoops. Somebody fell off.
No, I was pulling the
Oh, okay.
flash drive out, sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mr. Zigmach just pointed out that the re-subdivision of Tom Kokomo for Kokomo Brothers for 2 lots on Rendecker Lane has been withdrawn by the applicant. So if you're here for that, yeah, you can go home. And have your own business. Yeah, all right, so let's go back. Here we are. Hi, how are you doing today, Attorney Sullivan?
Good evening.
Evening.
Chairman, excuse me. Tim Sullivan on behalf of the applicant, 550 to 554 Berlin Turnpike Associates LLC. We've been here a few times already. This is a mixed-use development, as was explained in the announcement. For 502, 522, and 554 Berlin Turnpike. There's an ABC supply company, a wholesale construction yard there. 3 residential buildings are proposed, 106 total residential units, and it's a retail store. Just some quick housekeeping. The closing of the public hearing, we reviewed this last time. We're not going to do the close of public hearing again tonight. We'll be submitting the stormwater management plan tomorrow. We need time for the engineers consultant to review that. So we will have to go to the January 12th meeting. We have, excuse me, we have sufficient time to get to January 14th. So we'll need to close the public hearing on January 12th, just as a caveat. Just to go over, just to go over some of the things that have been accomplished since the December 1st meeting. On December 1st, we were still preparing our responses and our revisions to the consultants at WMC's 69 and 70 comment to our plans. Bart worked on it. We finally got these submitted after the December 1st meeting. On December 7th. December 9th, we had a meeting with Bart and Maureen, the 2 consultants. After that meeting, Bart again revised these plans, submitted those plans today, or rather yesterday, I believe. And he'll submit the stormwater management plan tomorrow. But we have been working closely with the town, their consultants, the planning consultant, Don Bowen in York, and also Bob Barneski of WMC on the engineering side. So we're hoping that, by working with the consultants, they are signing off on things on a piecemeal basis. We are chipping away at that 70 comment. And Bart's going to go over that in more detail tonight.
Lucky Bart.
Yeah.
My dream.
It's going to be quick though. I told you it's going to take a long time. But I guess we'll follow a longer presentation, summarize everything that's happened over the course of the public hearings at the January 12th meeting. The reason for the legal public hearing is just about time. State of it is. This afternoon, I submitted some items to for the public hearings. And I don't know if you had a chance to make those electronic files in our application. There's a later email, probably around.
Amy. A lot came in the last 3 days. We have gotten a lot of electronic submissions. We've tried to migrate them all. And I can certainly find it in my email if you don't have it.
Yeah, it was about 4 o'clock, I think, so.
So it's probably one of these right here. What PDF are you looking for?
Well, there are 4 of them on that.
Yep, probably. Well, I've got 2.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got all 4. Okay,
We can pop them up one at a time, just to review.
just tell me which one, or I'll do it one at a time. Go.
Architectural support was first, I'm not sure. There we go. So this was a response to a comment by Don Paulin on a special permit considerations. Actually by WMC seeking elevation information. So if you scroll through that, this is something that WMC is going to have to review as well. We wanted to know a specific elevation and how those were calculated, the minimums and maximums. And our architect responded to that today, and we'll be waiting for the WMC to review that. The next one would have been, we could do long-term viability, I guess.
That'll be another sheet. Oh, did you want to bring up these architecturals or?
Well,
no?
I'm just explaining to you what we did. He was responding to a comment. It was comment number 65, I believe, on WMC. And we submitted something in response to that. And we're waiting for their review of that.
Was that another PDF?
Yeah.
LTV and long-term viability. That was also in response to a comment by John Boyd, the planner, wanted to know more specifics on how we calculated and how we determined that this project would be viable in the long term. And we submitted some economic information showing the construction impact as well as the long-term impacts, taxes, and how this would support itself. Our research analyst Steve Martin from Digital Colliers submitted why this would be a long-term viable. You'll see letters. And I'll be summarizing all of this in the next meeting. I just want to go over these recent submittals to the record. We also the agreed upon existing drainage easement language or
Drainage.
drainage easement. And this is part of our recent conversations. This was brought up by the consultant. There is a, we can show it later on the site plan, but there are 3 existing drainage pipes that are bending onto the town property there for years. And they wanted to get some sort of formalization of that. And Maureen and myself and the town attorney came up with this language down the bottom, actually. Is that what your language, Maureen, or is that that was your email? The drainage.
Yeah, so
Satisfaction of the town.
Right.
attorney.
that would
That's
be,
the language that was adopted.
that I will have in my suggested conditions of approval, that language can be worked out after. As a condition of approval for the final language for the easement. There's no objection from the town staff to work out the drainage. It's an existing drainage that has been there since probably ABC got put in and may have even been installed by the town. We're not sure. But it's not formalized.
And the last submittal today to the record was EMF. This was brought up by Commissioner Sigma. Got a brief presentation tonight. I'm going to be submitting written summary of this. But at the last public hearing, the town planner Maureen submitted various documents. Supplemented that document. I supplemented her documents with a siting council document. Not exactly on point. What it does is provides a lot of information. The siting council document is from a construction perspective. Some of the best management practices they are using in siting these power lines today in relation to this EMF issue. And what is EMF issue? The electromagnetic field issue that Commissioner Zimmer raised. Electromagnetic fields are 2 forms of energy that surround an electrical device. This could be the cell phones, microwaves, Bluetooth, and power lines. What these forms of energy are, you have an electric field and you have a magnetic field. From a health concern, it's the magnetic field that's being addressed and being looked at and being researched. The health concerns regarding EMF. It's important to recognize that the MF, this magnetic field provided by power lines, decreases with increasing distance from the conductors. And that's one of the reasons that I submitted this construction from the siting council, the EMF submittal today, is because we've placed these residential units where the power lines are more than 100 feet. And Bart will have more exact numbers for you. One of them was about 150, the other was 125. And there is no safety concern here, and that will be addressed as well. Really, in a nutshell, the Connecticut Department of Public Health, the ICNRP group that Maureen quoted, the NIH, all these public publications, they really, the current situation, the current scientific evidence provides no definitive answers as to whether EMF exposure can increase health risks. I'll explore that more fully in a written summary for you. But in terms of the distances that we require, everything's outside of the power line right of way. Everything's beyond 100 feet from a conductor. And this MF magnetic field decrease rapidly as they move away from the conductor. And in many cases, this case is really nothing more than an MF that we find within a household. Part of that EMF submittal is also just showing, I'll just scroll through that. Really. Yeah, by about more than halfway, it's after the report. It also included power lines, those are the power lines that will be cutting through the parking lot, and as you keep scrolling through. These power lines here, this was, what I did is this is the same power line that extends east to west or west to east across town. This is on Lavery Court, up towards where Lincoln cuts off of Lincoln, behind Chaywood Highway, right in that area there. This is looking east. You would be looking east from Lavery Court, and as you keep scrolling, there's a power that's close of the tower, and there's one more picture looking west up towards the Chaywood Highway. So this commission did, this was in 2006, and if you keep scrolling, you can see the approval of this subdivision in 2006. And then if you keep scrolling, there's actual print showing, this is actually dissecting this subdivision. It's on new construction. Really, the Connecticut Department of Health in their fact sheet says this is something that a consumer decides on their own basis. There are some people that maybe because of a pacemaker or maybe because they don't want their child, but that's something that a consumer is going to decide if they think it's a health risk. There is no conclusive scientific evidence that there is a health risk, but people can consider that. And you can see these power lines dissecting communities all over the state and all over the country. And new construction still happens around these power lines. So that's all I had for tonight, just to address that. I'm going to turn it over to Bart to review some of the revisions, but officially it's the first initial shot at the next one.
More on that later.
Well, that was wonderful.
I got a white paper.
It was wonderful. It's down the street from that picture. It's underneath the wires.
The registration into the full 10 minutes here, so I forget there's budgets. And I'm just gonna clean up the record. There's a question a couple meetings ago around about the viability of the cul-de-sac turning a bus and making sure we can turn around. I'm gonna give Maureen a couple copies of the plan. But essentially, we've used the bus as a guide and our train movement through their bus pretty much replicates the same thing, a small moving van. And you can see that cul-de-sac is at a size to be able to handle that. I'll give her an electronic copy. Oh. In record, Park overhead from HE Gold. So had a busy couple of weeks since the last meeting. The revised plans were resubmitted to the Maureen back in December 7th. And I did a thorough response to all the comments related to the site plans, except for the stormwater management comments. Even though I noted some of the comments did have to do with some of the site plans, so I tried to individually take those comments out and to address them on the plans and made necessary revisions. Mind you, this set is 27 sheets long. So she's not changing one thing on one page, it's changing one thing and then going back to the other page and making sure everything was adequately changed. We subsequently did have a meeting with, as Tim mentioned, with staff and with our consultants on December 9th. And as part of that review, I think they're pretty much accepting of most of the comments, except for a series of additional items that we talked about in detail, which precipitated me changing this set again. And those set was delivered to Maureen electronically yesterday and dealt with 8 specific issues. So to kind of speed things along and assuming that those first bunch of comments were good, I think you probably have a copy of the December 14th email in this mess.
Yes.
that we call the file. And there's 8 specific items that were addressed during our conference with staff and our consultant, third parties that needed some additional work. So I want to address those points. Number 1 was, or number 8 on the list, the first one that we have to change to the photometric plan. Bob has made additional comments on this based on an email exchange that we've had earlier today. Again, we've tried to provide a soft appearance of the project when looking for the product. We don't want a glaring light source. When looking at the site, we remodeled their plan and provided an updated photometric. Bob had some comments about the low levels of lighting in some areas. In fact, the lighting is not consistent in our models. I sent him a response today that basically said we reviewed this and we will re-examine the whole photogrammetry issue. But again, the goal here is for a soft appearance. We don't want a glaring car dealership type approach. We want a very soft light. And one of the things we may end up doing is talk to the architect about some sconce down like limits on the front of the building to help illuminate the sidewalk in front of those areas and just not rely on our little lights on the backside of the parking lot. And also look at our lighting plan for the seal heat easement area that Bob was concerned about. Note number 9 was a narrative about snow removal. This is something that Don pointed out. On this, we've added a set of notes on sheet C1, which address the snow removal and discuss it from the standpoint of using the designated snow removal areas on the site. And also plowing, and that during heavy storms, we would necessarily have to remove snow from the site to improve the location. But Don can speak for himself. I think he was satisfied with that note. Item 26 was discussed. And we've added a note on sheet U2 regarding as-built certifications. Maureen said that this probably be a condition of the plan, but it wouldn't hurt to have it on our plan also. So we've added a note that basically says as-built for all infrastructure improvements will be prepared to class A2 T2 standards by a licensed surveyor and the certified public professional engineer qualified will provide a certification that the stormwater was installed as shown in the approved plan. The note 27, we've also had a note to the plan regarding the erosion sedimentation control that we would agree to a bi-weekly inspection of the control measures that would be submitted to both the town engineer and the CEO. From the standpoint of stormwater management, it's a bi-weekly or rainfall over 1/2 inch. That is on our erosion sedimentation plan, and also line 3, we put a sample form that we've used before in the town. So the contractor has a clear understanding what was being done. There was a maintenance schedule attached to stormwater management plan. Bob was looking for a schedule of mowing in that basin, or in that maintenance schedule. We've added that to the plan, and then we've also added those notes that were in our stormwater management report to our site plans on sheets U2 and DB2. Bob was looking for a 4th sedimentation structure. We have 2 sedimentation structures along the 2 pipes on the main entranceway, and we had shown one in front of building 1 that took the northerly drainage into the pond. We've subsequently added a 4th detention area, the basically in front of building 2 that takes all that drainage work that's in front of the building 3 parking lot and discharges in. Again, this is the standard operating procedure the town of Berlin has used for many years. And we that uses to go in this plan. If we have also added a note, the berm, engineer, third-party consultant was concerned that we needed to have a more strict specification for the material that went within the berm. We agreed that the material should have no more than 50% passing on the 200 screen on a sieve analysis, and we've added that to the plan. Also going into stormwater management report, there was comment stated one that there were some pipes below slopes. We found those low slope pipes and we've adjusted those pipes, so now nothing is as flat as what was shown next to building 3. And we've also added a note because we aren't able to pick up in detail on this 60 scale plan, which are bituminous curbs, which are concrete curbs. We have added a note in the general comments, that's note number 14 now, which stipulates that all curbing shall be 6 inch bituminous except for concrete curbing will be used and installed along sidewalk should be a monolithic floor. So that would be concrete plants. Of course, as I lay in bed at night, I think about things that I missed. So there'll probably be a final set of revised plans before you come to the meeting. We've been doing everything electronically so far. That's why you haven't seen a mass paper on your desk for that. But what I will do is talk to Marina once she's satisfied those plans are complete. We will produce paper copies, so everybody's got a hard copy, and we make them full size. You don't need to have your binoculars to look at the plans.
We just need a bigger work area.
You just need a bigger. Again, it's not that the comments are difficult, but they are kind of ominous when you kind of look at the wholesale and making all the changes. I don't know what Maureen's schedule is over the holiday. Things hopefully are going to slow down, and I can find some time that I can sit down and we can walk through these plans and not have the pressure of the world. I said this has been the last couple 3 days. We had intended to have a meeting I think yesterday or the day before, and our schedules this one I would see it together. So I apologize for that. I apologize for Bob for not having the stormwater management plan completed, but I will get that to him tomorrow. That'll give him a full month to review those plans. And we can change. That's all I have.
That's it.
Thank you.
So that's all. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. I was, in that at the next public hearing, it will be, the timeline mandates closing. I'm wondering if you want to see if the public or the consultants have anything else so they can address them before that public hearing gets closed.
Okay.
I'm sorry to elongate the meeting, but I think that might be in everyone's best
Yeah.
interest.
Because we're coming close to the point where we're gonna have to close this public hearing. Is there anyone who wants to address this application, either for or against it? Tonight would be the time to add your comments or thoughts to it. None, anyone online,
And then the consultants are online as well.
and the consultants online. So anyone at this point?
And Don looks like he's
Is he?
Yeah, if I may just quickly speak,
Yeah.
in the context of the planning, in the context of my original planning report and the issues that I have raised, on the specifics related to site plan, I raised the need for a dumpster pad detail and screening. They've addressed that. Also to address the snow plowing and the management of snow, which they've addressed. And I believe early on I had a comment about speed bumps along the straightaway between 1 and 2, and those have been addressed. So my specific kind of site plan comments at this point, I believe, have been addressed. Big picture, in the context of approving a zone change, as my report states, I believe it complies with the comprehensive plan of zoning and is consistent with the POCD. At the end of the day, that's my opinion. You guys, as the commission, and the POCD is your document, you have the discretion to make that determination, but that's just me giving you my opinion. And then once again, on all the special permit requirements that I laid out on page 8 and 9, my opinions related to your regulations. In general, I believe this application is capable of satisfying all of those criterion. But once again, as I said, with the power lines and things like traffic and so forth, at the end of the day, it's your regulations. You have discretion under the special permit criteria, and you get to determine whether or not they've been satisfied. But I generally believe they have satisfied those issues. And once again, I yield to the engineers on the remaining stuff around stormwater drainage, lighting, and other issues that are still being worked out. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Okay. So we'll go through that. Motion to approve the request.
Bob Barnett, he's on as well, right? The WMC. I just want to see if any more comments. I know he hasn't gotten all the documents to review, but.
He was on.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay,
So yeah, I'd be interested in, definitely want to be able to review an updated stormwater management report. I had shared some information about adding a sediment forebay after speaking with Micah Hearn from the town. And then, just kind of seeing the revised plan for the lighting. There's nothing there, I don't think, that can't be worked out between my office and Bart. So, I'm confident that he can address everything. And I still haven't gotten a chance to kind of review all the inverts and grading changes that were made. But again, I think that all that can be worked out afterwards.
perfect, thank you.
I don't know if there's anything, we've heard from the commission on many times.
I know.
I think we've addressed everything. I just wonder if there's anything else.
I think we just need to grant us an extension.
Yeah, we're done. We have 30 days. I think we need 28 to get to the 12th, but we'll grant whatever necessary to reconvene the public hearing.
Okay,
Thank you.
make a motion to continue. Okay, motion to continue by Ms. Jorsey. Do we have a second? Thank you, Mr. Dinsky. Dan. All right, thank you, guys. All right. Further discussion on this item, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? So moved. So this is continued to the next one. All right, so now we have, we're waiting for. Okay, we have item D, which is the special permit site plan application of Peter LaPont, Volvest, Kensington LLC for subdivision of the existing retail building to create two commercial spaces for drive-through at 1041 and 1055 Farmington Avenue. This was opened November 17th, continued to do today. And I do think we have a close date of 12/22. Okay. Hi.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
For the record, my name is Megan Hope. I'm an attorney with Alter and Pearson in Glastonbury. I'm filling in tonight for Peter Alter. He was unavailable to come to the meeting. I know that this is the third night of the public hearing. So what I'm going to be doing tonight, together with Peter LaPointe, who represents the property owner. We also have our professional engineer and our traffic engineer with us tonight, is we're going to go through some of the outstanding comments that were discussed at the last meeting. And then we'll see if there's any remaining questions from the commission and also from the public as well. Just to recap, our application is for both site plan approval and special permit approval for the site, which is 1041 to 1055 Farmington Avenue. I think they're pulling up the plan now, but I do have it behind me. The lot is bounded by the north by Porter's Pass. To the sort of northwest, that green triangle is the park that borders our property, and then obviously Farmington Avenue runs to the west side of the lot in sort of angled fashion. Currently, there's the existing CVS, which is located on the site, sort of on the right side of the map. And then we have the existing 4,000 or so square foot building, which we are proposing to separate into two commercial tenant spaces. There would be a 1,600 square foot retail space to the east side, and then the 2,400 or so a square foot proposed coffee, a restaurant with a drive-through. We do have 3 curb cuts for the property now. We will be maintaining that number of curb cuts. The Porter's Path curb cut moves slightly to the east than where it currently exists now. We are maintaining the 2 Farmington Avenue curb cuts. One lines up with the drive-through for CVS and the other sort of in the central portion of the site. One of the main comments that came up at the last meeting had to do with the menu board. So I'm going to, I'll point on the board behind me, but maybe we can see if we can point. They're really small. But we have 3 menu boards, and we did provide pictures to Maureen. So I think everybody has those in their packets. So there's 3 boards. The first board is the free menu board. So that is a little bit hard to see. It's a single panel, yes. Oh, no, that's the middle one. Is that? No, this one. No, that one has a speaker.
Oh, this one's upside down. Oh, the one that. Yeah. I think that's I got you. Oh, wait.
Yeah, the pre-menu board has the 3.
Oh, this one.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
So, okay.
So that one would be before you get to the location where, there we go, where you order. So that's going to show you all your options that are available at the coffee restaurant. And then you would drive up to the place that has the speaker, the order board. That's the single picture. Yes, this one, and it has a little kind of light on the top. You can see to the right side of those sandwiches, there's a little camera with the speaker. So that would be located
That way.
it's almost in line with the 1,600 square foot retail space, looking towards the east side of the building. Yeah, it's right there. So we have the order board there, and then just past it, you have the menu board image. So those the second and third sign are close to each other in that location that they were just pointing to.
I'm sorry,
Sure.
where's the menu? As opposed to the border one, where's the menu?
Sure, so they're right next to each other. Yep. That's, so just to the right of it.
Oh, okay.
So there's 2 kind of close to each other. There's the pre one that's further away, and then there's 2 that are close to each other, correct?
This one. And I believe the pre one would be somewhere up here, I guess.
Yeah, we have, it's not showing up on this
Well,
map.
it would have to be here, I would think.
Yeah, it is on the black and white site plan. You're able to pull that sheet up.
Up around? No. It's not this. Yeah. You're gonna have to get to the site plan anyway, so.
Yeah, so, or if you want to count by the cars in the queue, it's the 6 car in. It's where it is. Yeah, right in there. The 6 car in is where the pre-menu board is. That is shown on the black and white site plans that we submitted. So I know that, is everybody clear where those signs are? Or are we still confused? Yeah.
That's the 3 other ones at the street.
Correct. Only one has a speaker, and that's the one in the image on the screen. It has the arrows coming off of it. So that's the board that has a speaker. So I know there were some questions about lights from these menu boards, and they are illuminated. We are proposing to have the landscaping act as a buffer to where those signs are. So we do have the rows of arborvitaes that are going to screen any ambient light that is coming off of those menu boards. There also was discussion at the last meeting regarding the noise coming out of the menu board specifically. So We did look into that. We want to be sensitive. We know that there's obviously residential houses across, on the other side of the parking lot, across Porter's Path. So we did provide you with some information on sound levels. It was a little bit dense for reading material, but I think the key thing to really hone in on is what we'd be proposing to do is use an automatic voice control system. So what that is it's a specific mechanism within the speaker. And what it does is it's measuring the noise that emanates from, excuse me, the car that's in the drive-through, because that obviously has a level of noise. And then it's also measuring the noise that's in the street. So in Porter's Path and on Farmington Avenue. And it's going to control the volume that comes out of the speaker, and it's going to be 15 decibels louder than that. So if somebody is ordering at the drive-through during rush hour where you're having the loudest ambient noise, the speaker would be a little bit louder, but it's going to max out at 15 decibels over that ambient noise. But if you're there at 6 in the morning when it's really quiet, it's going to be lower because the ambient noise is going to be lower. So it's going to lower that output from the speaker. So we felt that that was the best approach to take with this use. It's flexible and it kind of adapts to the situation depending on the time of the day and the ambient noise, and versus having just a speaker that had a standard decibel. Whereas at times it would probably be, not discernible, and at other times it would probably be loud if it was a quiet time of the day or evening or something like that. So we felt that that was an appropriate approach to take with the speaker. We do have a couple proposed conditions of approval, and we did submit those in the memo that we sent out to everybody. And I just wanted to touch on those quickly because we are comfortable with these conditions of approval. If it's something that the board would like to add to the approval, we don't have an issue with it. The first one that we submitted indicates upon the issuance of a CO, if a light intrusion outside the property is determined to exist by town staff, either caused by headlights in the drive-through or from the order board configuration or sight lining, the owner will address this matter to the satisfaction of the town staff such that no such identified light intrusion continues off-site. So for example, we could install a length of stockade fence on sort of the inside of the drive-through, so inside of the row of evergreen. If that was determined because we needed some additional layering of a physical structure, we could potentially plant additional plants or kind of stagger things. So those would be an option. I guess kind of like a tool in the toolbox to use if for some reason we were having issues across the street. I know Peter, before he came to the meeting tonight, went across the street and took a picture. And there is a lot of light already just from the street lights there. So I don't think the light is going to be an issue. That's kind of my own opinion, just because there is so much other ambient light between us and the residential houses. So I don't think that that's going to be an issue. But again, we're happy to do that condition of approval if you still have reservations about the impact of the light or the noise from the speaker. The next condition of approval that we'd be comfortable with states that upon the commencement of the Starbucks drive-through service, if the town staff determines that there's a noise disturbance caused by the drive-through because of the communication system, the owner will address the matter to the reasonable satisfaction of town staff, such that any noise disturbance from the drive-through service system is ameliorated with the respect of the nearby residences. So again, that would probably be an installation of fence or an adjustment in the speaker system would be my guess. If we're still, our decibels are still out of whack. I feel pretty confident with that, with the system we're proposing that is adaptable to the ambient noise. But if we find that it's still an issue, then the board would still have the ability to come back to the applicant, the property owner, and make those adjustments. Right, and we did include the map in your materials that's on the screen right now. We did measure from the speaker, so to indicate the different distances that those houses are. So we put that into the record, but we've We've got 114 feet is the closest house, that's number 21 quarters past, and 142 feet is for 17 quarters past. And then 9 quarters past is 186 feet away. So we think that what we're proposing is reasonable and appropriate. But again, we have these conditions in case there's an issue, we can adjust it accordingly. I think what I'm gonna do now is have Scott Hesketh come up. I know there were some questions about some of the traffic and the queuing coming out of the intersection, so I thought I'd have him come up and address that, unless you have other questions still on the menu or drive-through speakers.
I'd like to ask a couple questions if I may, because you brought something up interesting about fencing and additional landscaping. The back of the building, abuts a little town park.
Correct.
And I think probably for the patrons for a safety issue and just a line of definement, I think that a fence would be a great idea, but I would propose something more in a state fencing, which is a black open fencing. I think that would, if you had kids playing in the park, and I have seen families in the gazebo, you know, enjoying an ice cream or something, you wouldn't have somebody dodging out in front of one of the cars that would be in a queue. So I would suggest that perhaps with additional landscaping, but not so much a stockade like fence.
Okay, so more of a physical barrier than like
yeah.
a sound barrier. Do you think?
Exactly. And then, of course, we haven't gotten out to the back end of the building or whatever, but those are my concerns at this point, is that you want it to be a pleasant environment. You don't want to detract from that little town park there. Okay.
Would you be talking about like a 4-foot fence kind of high or taller?
I think it's a barrier for kids and for somebody who might walk through, because if I'm sitting in a car and I'm gonna order a coffee, I don't want anyone coming up to my car. I don't want anyone passing in front of me or behind me. It kind of creeps me out.
Right.
So, you know, for your patrons and just for general safety, you don't want to commingle any bypassers or
just
people
kind
looking to cut through.
Demarcate the property line.
Yeah, you want to have something.
The northern one with the.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just that whole drive-through loop, I think.
State fencing that,
It's just black water.
drugstore across the street, Walgreens.
Yeah, like a black
Walgreens,
aluminum.
black.
Yeah, yeah, because you don't really see it. It's
Right,
there.
definitely blends in very nicely.
Yeah.
Stop and Shop have that same
Yeah.
fencing. Walgreens, same fence.
I mean, it's just,
The one we've
it's a
been using.
consideration, yeah. It's a
No, I
consideration.
think it's a good one.
All right, so anyway, all right, so that's my only thought. Okay. So we have the.
We already have Scott.
Okay. Welcome.
For the record, Scott Hesketh, the traffic consultant for the applicant, living out of East Granby, Connecticut. And I believe we did prepare a memo for a client, which I believe was submitted to the commission with the recent submissions, outlining some of the questions which came up in the last public hearing. So hopefully you got a chance to take a look at it. Earlier questions about whether the counts were conducted, used the Connecticut Department of Transportation traffic volume counts conducted during July of 2021. And our office conducted manual turning movement counts at the intersection during October of 2022. So we do have fairly recent conduct counts, and the turning movement counts which we utilized were taken during October of 2022. So very, very recently. In terms of the site generated traffic from the site, we're projecting an increase of 261 trips in the morning, 124 trips during the afternoon peak, and 274 trips during the Saturday peak. Those represent an increase of traffic on the site driveway itself. This is a convenience type use, so probably 50% of the traffic would be traffic passing by the site and just making use of the facility. So we're not adding that volume of traffic to the local roadway network, simply onto the driveway itself. The capacity analysis calculations which we submitted, which are summarized in our report, indicate that this signalized intersection of Farmington Avenue and Porter's Pass is operating at level service C during peak hours with average delays of 24 seconds, 31 seconds, and 28 seconds during the peak hours. So very good levels of service. And the calculated queues on Farmington Avenue, the 95th percentile queues are estimated to be 303 feet, 444 feet, 377 feet during the peak hours. And the northernmost of our site driveways is 225 feet south of the stop bar at that location. So yes, there will be times during the peak hours when the queue from the signal backs up to and past the site driveway. But the way queues work is there's a queue of 0 and it slowly builds throughout the time when the light is red. And then it gets to a certain point and then it dissipates. So the queues will exist for short periods of time, which will allow southbound vehicles to make a left-hand turn into the site and vehicles in the site to exit during when the queue is not present. Of course, they also have the option of using the driveway to Porter's Pass as well. So patrons to the site, again, this is going to be a site where a significant proportion of the patrons will be repeat customers. They'll be familiar with the facility. They'll probably tend to come at about the same time each and every day that they're going about doing their chores. So they'll know, well, if I go there at 6 o'clock in the morning, I've got to use the Porter's Pass driveway. If I'm there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Farmington Avenue driveway is not such a big deal. So it'll tend to, traffic like water seems to seek its own level, and the people that are familiar with it will take the path of least resistance and they will adjust. So there may be some issues the first couple of weeks when the store opens, but it'll tend to straighten itself out and operate efficiently after that. And although the queues will tend to block the driveway, and again, people that are familiar with the facility know that there's a second driveway on the other side of the CVS. They can certainly go to that driveway, make a left-hand turn in, circle around the building, and access the drive-through window or the parking field in that location as well. So again, customer familiarity with the site should help to mitigate the impacts. That's about the big points that I have. There's other points that I made in the memo that the commission has a copy of. If there's any specific questions to any of the specific items, I will relate that the drive-through window, the drive-through queue, in that location is capable of accommodating at least 14 vehicles. It's about 290 feet in length. We've done a number of counts at similar facilities, and really 14 vehicles is about the limit. Most people, when they see a queue of that long, there's probably faster if I park and go into the store, unless they happen to have a car full of screaming kids and they're not about to unbuckle and go in. So it tends to be self-limiting. I myself, 10 vehicles was more than enough for me. If you're really jonesing for coffee, I guess you'll go for 13 or 14 vehicles, but not too many past that. So we believe that the queuing length is sufficient to accommodate 99% of the queues, which will be on site. And 14 is the number of queue vehicles that the Department of Transportation recommends for the drive-through facilities itself, based on counts that they have conducted. So if the commission has any other lingering questions regarding traffic, I'll do my best to address them. Or if the public has any, I'll address with the appropriate time. I'll be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Sapinski. No problem.
Is there any concern, because I know that the CVS is the only CVS in Berlin because it did shut down one on the turnpike. From what I understand, it tends to get a bit busy there. So my concern again is the crowding in the parking lot, is the traffic. And I know that you said people would want to go to the other driveway, but I don't know that you can count on something like that, because most people would maybe want to just say, well, I can wait and just drive in the line and just wait there. Like, what if that happens and everything just gets backed up? My concern is just, everybody gives projected scenarios, but they can't count on what happens when things are actually in running order. Such as if something happens in the coffee shop and somebody is behind and then things start to back up and back up and back up. I mean, in a perfect world, everything would run perfect, but nothing's ever perfect. So
your concern is that the queue might go more into the street?
possibly, yeah, I'm just concerned about that. The traffic overflow in the Farmington Avenue is busy. also the parking lot where CVS is, you're having one busy business sort of abutting with another busy business, just causing extra crowding in the lot.
Well, first thing I would say that the coffee shop tends to be busy in the morning peak hours. CVS probably not so busy between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning, probably busier later in the day. So the two facilities, their peak hours offset from each other. So CVS is probably busy at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, people going home from work, picking something up, convenience items and going home. Coffee, probably not so much at that time. So I think they offset each other, so they're complementary type uses in that respect. Will someone sit out in the roadway and wait 6 minutes to make a left turn in? It possibly could. But if you've been there twice and you know that there's another driveway 75 feet away that's not blocked and you can get in easily and access the store quicker, I think most people would take that option. Again, most people are going to be repeat customers in this particular facility. They'll be aware of that. If I'm visiting from New York and I'm not aware of it, I might be the one guy that sits there and that's just what I do because I'm used to New York traffic. I don't know. But most people, I think, would take the shorter option because we all lead busy lives and we want to get done as quickly as possible. So could it happen? Certainly. I don't argue that. I don't think it'll be a frequent occurrence. And I think it'll have to work itself out.
Very good. I have one question.
Yes, Lorraine.
The Farm Avenue is a state road. Do you have to take it to the state DOT for approval, right?
Yes, Farmington Avenue is a state road because of the change of use on site from retail to a restaurant, coffee, the shop. We have submitted site plans and the traffic report to the Department of Transportation's district office. I did follow up with a phone call to them and I spoke with them indicating that we were coming back to the meeting here this evening. I requested that if they had any comments they could provide to us prior to the meeting, would be greatly appreciated. As of 4:30 this afternoon, we had not received any comments from them to date. So
But you still got to address it to
we're in
the.
front of them and if they tell us we have to do this or that or strike or sign or
They know.
if it's a significant change, I guess we would have to come back before the commission and present whatever significant changes they've asked for.
I have a question, but I don't know that you should answer it. It's actually about the hours of operation. I have no idea. What are the hours of operation for this?
Usually the Starbucks we have usually run from 6 in the morning until 9 at night. I've got one that runs until 10 at night. That's a very urban location right off 91.
All right, and for the record, your name, just.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Peter LaPointe from the full.
All right, thank you. All right. And those are daily hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, anyone else? Before I go to the public, anyone from the public who wishes to address the commission regarding this application? Yes, sir.
Councilor Senator, 302 Summitwood Drive. Just a comment about the traffic. The CVS of the Berlin Turnpike closed on October 15th. So the traffic study that they did in October may not take into account the increased traffic that was generated as a result of that. Further complicating it is at the same time CVS closed the store in Southington. Now there are fewer people coming to the Berlin store from the one in Southington and from the one on the Berlin Turnpike, but there are some. And in fact, the CVS store is somewhat overwhelmed at this point. I discussed with one of the managers just yesterday some of the issues, and she indicated that they are not able to hire more staff in the pharmacy area because the ratio of staff to pharmacists is limited by state law. They'd have to hire another pharmacist first before they could hire more staff. So therefore, things are rather backed up at that store.
Thank you for sharing your findings. Anyone else? Really quick. Oh, yes, okay.
Hello, Christy Sullivan, owner of 17 Quarters Pass. I'm here today as the owner of a commercially zoned property with a house on it directly across the street from the proposed Starbucks location. We purchased it knowing it was commercially zoned and with all that entails. The former Blockbuster is also zoned commercial and is appropriate for and is truly a great spot for Starbucks. It's a wonderful reuse of a vacant building. If you look at other communities around us, businesses want to be near Starbucks in vibrant areas. Starbucks will draw more people and especially more young people to our town. They can then see all the new businesses, shops, and development along Farmington Ave, and hopefully will choose to frequent them. I know when my kids come home from New York City and the West Coast, they are immediately looking for a Starbucks for their coffee, their lattes, etc. I have friends that travel to Newington or Southington just to get their Starbucks, as they say. We need to keep them in town. We are seeing growth in our town, and in my mind, denying Starbucks is a definite step backwards. A vacant building at that major intersection does not reflect the great things that are happening on Farmington Avenue overall and Berlin as a whole. I am in favor of the proposed Starbucks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Online, anyone? Commission. Oh, hi. Right, I'll ask you next. Okay. See you.
Christy.
I am Chris Edge, Economic Development Director, but I'm actually here speaking on behalf of Dave Sear, Chairman of Economic Development Commission, and he just got me this stuff, which is why I'm handing it out now. So for you all a minute to just grab those.
Okay.
So just to start out, Chris, I do not believe I should attend the P and Z public hearing this evening, given the amount of time I spend every day helping take care of my mom. It would not be wise or prudent to be around a large crowd, given the fact that the flu was so bad right now, and I can't miss the possibility of catching the flu and bringing it to my mom's house. Unfortunately, it's very necessary that I be at my mom's every day to help my mom and her caregiver. Please hand out my startup letter this evening, read it into the record. Thank you. Please give my apologies to the P and Z team.
No problem. Unfortunately, there are a lot of flus and
Yes.
bronchitis and all sorts of things happen. So I appreciate it.
Read the letter.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. At our October 2022 Economic Development Commission special meeting, Colvest and thus Starbucks came and pitched a new proposal to us. After that presentation, the EDC voted unanimously to support the project at the old Blockbuster video site. At our regular EDC meeting on Monday, December 5th, we learned that the P and Z public hearing on 12/1/22 regarding Starbucks, that there were some questions about whether this made sense. As a result, the members of the EDC were quite concerned about the fact that this application might not be seen as a positive step and an important project for our community, for Farmington Avenue, and for our downtown. Therefore, after discussing this matter at length, the motion was made to prepare a letter to P and Z highlighting the positive benefits of this project and to support the application. The EDC vote was unanimous. Therefore, below, please find our list of positive benefits Starbucks brings to Berlin. Starbucks is a destination. To go from Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. People will likely not just buy coffee at Starbucks and leave Berlin, they will stay and spend money at other businesses in town. The handout I gave you with the map basically shows the businesses that are visible either from the drive-through or when coming to or leaving the property. Those are a number of businesses that I could see people saying, hey, I never knew the Dragonfly or Dynasty or the other places were here and probably spend money there. This gives Berlin an opportunity to be seen by people who might never come to town but would consider as a result of Starbucks location here. That's a positive thing. The 14-car drive-through queue seems more than adequate to handle the traffic. Colvest's commitment to move the driveway entrance on Porter's Pass 30 to 40 feet further away from the adjacent four-way intersection of Farmington Avenue is beneficial and should help traffic. Berlin residents who are Starbucks fans and current stud customers can now stay in Berlin. The Berlin location is being proposed to alleviate pressure on the Burlington Turnpike location and thus shows just how popular Starbucks can be. Since Blockbuster Video left Berlin around 2012, and except for a brief period as a paint store, this building has been vacant for many years. This empty building becomes more and more tired looking as time passes and no longer represents what we're trying to do as a community and economic development commission. Colvest is committed to making a major investment in Berlin, particularly in the building, which will be divided into 2 units, which in all likelihood will bring another new tenant to our downtown. 2013 P O C D, Plan of Conservation Development, Section 4.1 states, encourage a walkable village lifestyle in our center, Farmington Avenue, for shopping. Starbucks does just that. This property was approved for a drive-through, was really presented and approved. A recent traffic study, which was not done in 2008, when this first came up, has been completed and shows minimal impact. This location is in a commercial area, zoning allows it, and it's really where redevelopment should occur. A renovated and updated building at this location with Starbucks as a tenant helps increase surrounding property values and those in Farmington. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Sincerely, Dave Seer, Chairman, Development Commission. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Take a moment with my own letter and Chris Edge. Dear Chairman Dealey and Commission members, I did some research and saw that in 2008, Starbucks saw potential in the town of Berlin for a new location. At that time, it did not go through. 7 years later, in January 2019, I started the position I have now. At that time, Starbucks was a topic of conversation, both with businesses outside of Berlin and residences here. It's safe to say those conversations were not pleasant, as they usually do not end well for me, or what people had said. I did a little more research and found out that Starbucks is valued at just over $100 billion. That's what they be. They can choose wherever in the world they want to open up a location. It's been 14 years since 2008. Again, they have chosen Berlin due to its potential. It speaks volumes about the progress we made over the past 2 years, even through the challenges of COVID. I truly believe that the Berlin location is being proposed for 3 distinct reasons. 1, take pressure off of the Berlin Turnpike location. 2, they want to get more residents to buy their coffee. And 3, they want to be part of what's happening on Farmington Avenue and what we're doing here. And I actually have something to show you why I believe after 14 years, they decided to come back. This is all the businesses that are on Farmington Avenue have come to Farmington Avenue in the last 2 years. I think Starbucks wants to be part of what we're doing. There are Starbucks people, Dunkin' people, and local coffee shop people. The Starbucks people leave town every time they have a Starbucks Jones. When they leave Berlin for their Starbucks, they sometimes spend money in other communities. A Berlin Starbucks means that won't happen. It's extra money that we spend here supporting our locally owned businesses. We've seen incredible progress over the last 3 years since COVID began, with 69 ribbon cuttings, groundbreakings, and 25 milestone awards. You can see from tonight's agenda, as packed as it is, as well as the addition of a January 12th meeting, that progress is continuing in the great town of Berlin. From discussions with other professionals throughout our state, I found out that Berlin is seen as a hotspot in Connecticut. No other community of our size has seen anywhere near the incredible growth we have during this time. From new firms opening up, firms expanding, and over $50 million in private multifamily development, we're in a wonderful position as we move into 2023. Today, things are effective. Airtime Mechanical Services, which is owned by a Berlin resident, moved its entire operation and over 100 employees to Fuller Way. And Priority Electric, owned by a Berlin family, is building a brand new building just off of the Berlin Turnpike and Orchard Road. I believe we've truly turned a corner for a place where businesses did not want to locate or grow in, one that embraces new and creative ideas and welcomes businesses and investments into Berlin. I would ask that you approve this application, as it would need to see a few concerns outweigh the potential benefits of the community at large of a must-find destination like Starbucks. It took almost 10 years for the negative Berlin is not business friendly to go away. Please do not put the town of Berlin, this commission, the planner, or I in a position to view it as not being business friendly, as we'd love to see this progress continue into 2023 and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
I'd like to do something to that. Chris, I praise you for your economic development efforts last year, last couple of years. You've done an excellent job. This commission has many responsibilities through the state regulations, frogs, other commissions. There'll be get information from water control, every commission in the town hall. We take all commissions opinions seriously. This mission, I'm proud of myself, really thanks the Economic Commission doing what they're doing. But I feel that with a couple letters that we haven't received, they're getting into planning and zoning issues. It is not their task to do that. I thank you for coming to the meetings and me that you think it's a very good thing for the thing. This town was not a business friendly stuff, a place like you quoted is. Starbucks did come 14 years ago, whatever it was. But it was a different total property. It was a smaller property. The queues wasn't good. The PA systems were different at the time. There was a lot of other reasons why Starbucks at that time was denied. But again, I'm asking the Economic Development Commission, especially with the previous letter that we got, not tonight's letter, to stay free of our job of this commission passed by the state of Connecticut to do. And we do get opinion from everyone. We appreciate everyone's opinion and the economic development. And I praise you for your job. That's the moment.
I appreciate that, and I was not making a comment about the denial in 2008. What I was saying was, in my discussions, how can I get a fair hearing if you're going to turn down Starbucks and do small business? That's what I heard, and that's what I mean.
Because there was no opinion here of turning it down.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is public perception was challenging to work with people.
I understand that.
I think, you know, I
do
think
understand
what Mr. Edge is trying to say is that he's sort of broad brushing and just, he's giving his support behind one project. But Tim, I understand what you're saying, and I don't think we want to go back. I don't want to go back to 2000. What year was it? I just don't want to do that. I'd like to stay in 2022 for a while.
And we're stepping our bounds. I am very sorry. That was not my intention by any means.
No.
want
And
to do nothing but
I think it's, each side is expressing a frustration and I hear it, and I think the other commissioners hear it. But we're just gonna deal with what we have in front of us, okay? And Maureen, I know that you wanted to chime in too on something.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
I know, I put you on the spot.
switch gears. Okay.
Now switch gears.
Switch. Okay, so I believe at the last hearing and repeat, okay, so cut me off if I've already said these comments, or if you want me to repeat them. I'll start with, well, this is the first one anyway. The town engineer did provide comments that I believe are in your supplemental package, dated the 13th, 12/13 in the meeting packet, and my summary of his comments, but you have them, is that the previous comments have been addressed, except those technical in nature, which can be addressed as conditions for permitting. So the town engineer basically satisfied. That's my place. They did my other comment. They addressed that. And then I go back to the conditions. Should you choose to approve the project, the conditions of approval being repetitive to some of the items that were in Attorney Alter's letter, including that the Abtech Spark Sponge, as requested by inland wetlands, be a requirement. The building officials' comments for the stamped plans and inspections. The as already stated, the condition be listed that it is a state road and therefore state DOT approval is required. That you address and determine if it's appropriate for the deferral of the northeast corner northeast corner of the lots parking spaces until the ZEO finds that that there are issues, and then it's determined to be required. You determine that the architecturals are approvable. I I know they talked about, or I think they talked about adjusting the signage. But that those signs, regardless, as generally done with approvals, is that signs are separated from the application, despite whether they're shown on the plans, and do require separate permitting and zoning review for compliance with the regulations. And the applicant's recommended conditions in his letter that Attorney Hope went over a couple minutes ago.
I did have a question for my, when did you go back to something you just mentioned, and so I have a clear understanding, the additional parking spaces until determined we would need them? When would that be?
So if there becomes an issue with parking at the in the parking lot where there is no parking available, that then those spaces be completed. I believe, and is Bart still here? I think they're pervious in a pervious area now, and then, that's I think the intent is to limit paved land. The commission has heard a lot of testimony in the last year and a half about the regulations over park quite frequently. I think we've seen that particularly in the case of drive-throughs, where now less people are parking in the parking lot for the drive-through. This is a shared parking lot, so you may have that capacity being reached, at which point, who gets the complaints? The zoning office, and it's a typical thing for the zoning office when parking is deferred. It's called deferred until it's determined to be necessary.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a process in place already.
Yeah, it's happened on other approvals. It's not totally common, but it's common enough. We have them on a number of plans.
And just to revisit, what was do you guys have the latest drawings of the back of the building, the rear of the building? Because we had talked about putting that whole thing up. I just want to see what we're coming up with.
This is the back. I can hold this up high.
Yeah.
This is the back of the building. We've added the two enclosures with pilasters on either side of the back doors. The continued hardy plank clapboarding across the top. And raise the parapet level.
I think the idea was to make the back look more like the front. Actually, so that was
What we're that's what I was hoping that you would do.
The parapets would screen the mechanicals on the roof.
correct. So there are, and I believe at the last meeting, there are 3 rooftop mechanical units currently on the building. We are increasing the parapet. So Peter, I believe at the last meeting, did submit pictures of the existing condition. So the existing units with pretty much no parapet, and it's very minimal amounts of the units that you can see. So with the parapets, it's going to be screened. We did include a condition. It's the only one that I didn't read, but it said that same vibe as the other ones. Upon the issuance of the CO, of the mechanical units on the roof of the building are visible in the opinion of the town staff, then the owner or the applicant shall erect additional screening in the same quality of the facade to further screen the mechanical unit to the reasonable satisfaction of the town. So typically you would use something similar to the facade so that when you were going by, you would be able to tell the difference between what was mechanical screening and what was the exterior building materials. And I did just want to comment on one of the comments that was made about the parking. It's very critical to the landowner to have a site that works. And I know that Fullvest was very specific in picking this tenant and picking Starbucks. And part of the reason they did that is because they did want something that was complementary to CVS. And they felt that the peak hours were different. You wouldn't have competing conflicts within the parking lot. Peter is always talking to the manager there. He talked to them today. They feel comfortable with what's being proposed. And I know we obviously do have these additional spaces if there does become an issue. So we feel confident internally that it's going to work, and we wouldn't bring forward a proposal that was going to cause issues to one of our really good tenants, CVS. So we feel confident from that perspective.
Thank you. All right, anything further? So, okay. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment on this application?
Let us just double check the chat.
Let me find my agenda. Okay. Do I have my agenda? It's in the. Okay, I lost mine too. Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Further discussion on this? Then all those in favor? Aye. Was opposed, so moved. Moving on.
You got
I'm
that.
gonna
Who made the
borrow
motion?
yours, because I don't know where my buildings to. Okay, mine, yeah, well, hold on to you. Okay, where are we? All right, so next up, we have the site plan application of H2O Farm Berlin LLC for the construction of two greenhouses at 2107 Chamberlain Highway. This was opened on December 1st. It's continued to today, and we need to decide to close it, or we need an extension. But anyway, okay. So,
And can I just
Yeah.
remind that it is a site plan, so the decision also follows that same timeline with closing the hearing.
okay,
You're on a site plan timeline, so the extension
Yeah.
is to decide the matter.
okay. And then I guess, because we've had so much testimony about this application, if there is anyone from the public who wishes to address the commission, I would ask that, if you haven't shared any thoughts with us, now would be the time to do it. But if it's just, because it's all one fine thread, in other words, the public testimony that we took at the last hearing continues on to today. So, please understand that what you said was taken in by this commission. And it's all part of all this testimony, so that we're just accepting any new thoughts on the project. And then, of course, I want to give the commission a chance to deliberate the project as well. So if there's anyone who has anything new to share with the commission, now would be the time to do so. Okay, yes, sir. We have a couple of hands go up. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then we're gonna come to you 4. You're up first.
And Francis Meneder, 302 Summit Wood Drive. I did speak at the last hearing. Towards the end of the hearing, Mr. Zigma gave a history of the development of the Aquifer Protection Agency. He mentioned that it was set up because there was an aquifer farther to the east that needed some attention. Well, the Aquifer Protection Agency was first set up in 1993. Its powers were amended in 2006, and its current powers include any aquifer that needs protection in Berlin. And certainly the aquifer that we're dealing with in the area of this project is an aquifer in need of protection, because the at least 50 households that are there depend on that aquifer for potable drinking water. If something happens to that, they're all worth nothing. Now, another thing Mr. Zigmund said was that this commission, from the time that the application was made that caused the amendment to the zoning regulation, this commission was trying to protect the aquifer. Was trying to protect the aquifer. But the entity that is entitled to do so is the Aquifer Protection Agency, not this commission. This commission usurped the authority of the Aquifer Protection Agency. It should have, a year and a half ago, referred this matter to the Aquifer Protection Agency for them to map out the aquifer and determine what activities were allowed under the statute, excuse me, the charter provision that I cited to you last time. The problem is, you don't know how big that aquifer is. You don't know how far east it goes, west, north, or south. There was a gentleman who spoke last time here, who works at the state fish hatchery. He thought it was, they had a separate aquifer. I had spoken and said I thought it was the same aquifer. You don't know because the proper study was not conducted. You should have requested the Aquifer Protection Agency a year and a half ago to conduct the study, determine the bounds of the aquifer, determine how much water is underneath, determine whether that water is moving, at what rate it's moving, and so on. You don't know any of this critical information. As a result, if you were to approve this, there's going to be an appeal. And one of the bases of the appeal is that you didn't have jurisdiction to regulate the activities in the aquifer area. As I had stated that time, the Aquifer Protection Agency may come up with, let's say, 3 activities they would allow, A, B, and C. You, as the planning and zoning, can then say, we're going to allow A, we're going to allow B, C, or some combination of them. But you couldn't allow D and E. And you don't know what the Aquifer Protection Agency would allow because you didn't give them the chance. And I don't see any court in the state of Connecticut saying that you acted properly, that you usurped the authority of the other agency. As Mr. Zygmunt just protested the Economic Development Commission honing in on your jurisdiction, you honed in on the jurisdiction of the Aquifer Protection Agency, and no court is going to allow that. So the best thing to do right now is to deny the application. Involve the Aquifer Protection Agency to map that parcel and make their regulations. And then these things can proceed. But if you approve it now, there's going to be a lawsuit. The lawsuit will go on for a year, year and a half before the court decides. 3 years will have been wasted instead of just 1.5. Cut it short. Deny the application. Let the Aquifer Protection Agency do their job. Thank you.
And thank you. Okay, so,
Yes, our town attorney is online. I will tell you what I have been informed of through discussions with other town officials is that the aquifer that's there is not an identified aquifer that's protected and that is being used as a public water supply. And that the aquifer protection that we have around, and I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, the aquifer, it might have been in a private conversation at the office,
well,
but the a staff conversation rather, the aquifer on the east side of Elton Road is a public water supply. It serves public water. The aquifer that would be here would be similar to it's groundwater. So wells go to groundwater or get their water from groundwater. Aquifers serve groundwater, and private water supplies are tested privately by the owners of those wells. And that it's, it's not a protected, because it's not listed as a protected well. And a public water. She may have more technical information. I don't know if she has it
Oh, I just don't
uh,
want
off the cuff. So she is online.
Yeah, ask her if she has any comment about the recent comment, Attorney Capola. Is she? Okay, now
Yes,
she's here.
I am here, and now I am.
Okay.
Here. Let me just, I'm just trying to start my video.
I don't know if you had a chance to hear the testimony that we just took in about the Aquifer Protection Agency. And the extent of, or at least it was presented to us that their powers were extended in 2006 to include all waters serving a town. At least that's my take on it. So before I continue with more testimony, I just wanted to know if you knew anything about this and could add any clarification for the commission. Other than one.
I just pulled up the statute. If you could just give me a moment, why don't you continue on?
Okay.
Because
We'll circle back.
I want to make sure that I'm giving you the exact language rather than, doing something that's a paraphrasing.
Okay, terrific. Go ahead and continue.
That I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. We'll talk soon. Okay, we're gonna go back to the public hearing. So I think that there was somebody back here that wanted to. No, yeah, I know the gentleman here, yeah, right here, and then I'm gonna go to you next. You're number 2, and then somebody else had their hand up, number 3. So we got 1, 2, and 3, and now 4 in the queue. So everybody knows their number. All right.
For the record, my name is Gene Loca. I live at 86 Summitwood Drive here in South Kensington. I'd like to thank the commission for the opportunity to speak before you. I agree with what Maureen said. Back in December 1st, before I came to this meeting, after a lot of conversations and phone calls, I found out by talking to a state representative, I guess she was with the ERP, that stated aquifers that are state protected. There's a commercial well that feeds 1,000 people. The property we're talking about does not have a commercial well that feeds 1,000 people. So it's not protected under the state. However, the property in question has been without homes on it. 37 years I lived here in South Kensington. And back in the 50s, when my parents would come and buy vegetables alongside there, back in the 50s, so I'm talking maybe 73 years more. And one of the reasons I was told there is no homes on that site is there's no sewer line on the property as far as the Chamberlain Highway, and there's no potable water there. So any home that was going to be constructed there would have to drill a hole into the ground, into the aquifer, possibly contaminating it, and have a septic system. And that, according to what I understand, the Aquifer Protection Agency for the town of Berlin prohibits. In these discussions, I haven't heard anything from the town of Berlin as far as the Aquifer Protection Agency. What is their position on that? At the last meeting, petitioner said that they would use 10,000 gallons of water from Meriden per day, drill a hole into the aquifer to get water for like a 4-family house, and put in a septic system. Now, does that violate the Aquifer Protection Agency that stands in the town of Berlin? I could haven't answered that question. Granted, it's not state protected because there is no well that's feeding commercially 1,000 people.
But it is an aquifer, and we do have an aquifer protection agency. What is his position on this water? That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, number 2, who is up? Oh, yes, you're here. Sir, can you sign this, please? Thank you very much. All right, thanks, Jim.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Vostrom, 398 Allen Street. I work for the City of Meriden Water Department. I'm not here in official capacity. I work on the reservoirs, specifically Kenmere in Berlin and Elmere. And I know the water main that runs down Jermont Highway that comes from Kenmere, they want to tap into. I know recently over the past month and a half, we've had a major algae problem at Kenmere, and we have not been using water from there to serve the City of Meriden. I'm not sure if that main has been shut off or not, that feeds the Elmere Reservoir, also on the Jermont Highway. So I'm not sure if that affects the growth of what they're trying to do as far as productivity. Also, I'd be concerned about a backflow issue. I'm not sure what their ideas are or what their plan is for their plumbing system in the facility, but
Well,
a backflow issue would be would occur, and that would affect, if a backflow issue did occur, that would potentially pollute the Elmere Reservoir, which is one of the major reservoirs for the City of Meriden. We pump out 4 million gallons a day out of that one. So that's all my only concerns. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. And who was number 3? Okay.
My name is Liam Mitchell. I am on the Sewer and Water Commission and also representing the Mattabesett for Berlin. First of all, any wells can be drilled in the town of Berlin without our permission. We've passed that just recently. So there would be some outlook. I understand that they're tapping into the Meriden line. That's capable of 3 million gallons of water. So the idea of the well, from what I understand, was for potable water for the facility, not to exceed 25. I think 25 is the limit for potable water. And I'm not sure that anybody's going to be drilling, because this is where we get our water here in the town. So they'd have to go through the commission for that. So also, I have an extensive agricultural background in California. And I'd hate to see something that the town is looking at to, I mean, this area was designed for that. I don't think it's going to be a huge impact. Other than a couple of things, maybe the trucks could be a no Jake break zone, because you got a hill there. And that would keep the residents, they probably wouldn't even know the trucks were coming in and out. So in environmental issues, I think if they, it would be a mistake for them to not recycle their water. We have a well on Elton Road, and that's constantly tested. That handles the south end of our district, is where we have a well, and we're constantly testing that. So if there was any leakage, we would, it would show up. I'm sure in that well. And there's obviously anybody out in that whole area is all wells. We're looking to extend the line possibly to hit around to Orchard Road. It's being proposed. I don't know if it's going to go forward, but it would be basically from Elton, go right around to Orchard Road and connect to Elton, where it would make a full loop right around that whole area. The whole idea eventually is to tie into Meriden. Our whole water system depends on multiple connections to towns. We trade water, we buy water it helps keeps the water flowing, which helps with Legionnaire's disease if we have dead end pipes, which is a big issue. In the commission, I've recently run into a problem that we have bigger problems with water. I'm trying to find a 60,000 gallon or 62,000 gallon leak daily in the town water system. Just to give you an idea that there's more issues, and understand that's coming out of that aquifer. Aquifer meaning that groundwater. I understand that this protected area, I don't think that they're in the protected area of the aquifer. There was some discussion about it. But the limitation, like I say, they'll be tapping into the Meriden line and they can get 3 million gallons out of that. Out of that one. That's what that line's capable of producing. So the other thing is that if there was, I don't know how they're setting up these greenhouses, but if they had some kind of collection to make sure that the excess water, it would behoove them to collect it and be able to recycle it, than to let it go in the ground. Letting nitrates into the ground isn't good, unless you're planting. So other than that, I'm all for any kind of agricultural products that can be produced. I mean, I can understand being in a rural, I mean, my nearest neighbor was a mile away. And we all depended on wells. But I don't think that they're in any jeopardy, and I think that they're avoiding the well water issue. It was only supposed to be for their employees. So, and I understand that was going to be no more than 25. And if they're using 10,000, they want to use 10,000, I venture to say they're probably going to use half that. I mean, as a production level, I'm just guessing. You always double what you need. So even at that, that is, I think, the realm of what these, from what I can understand. So I hope it helps. Clears up a few matters. But I strongly recommend that Berlin can sure use more businesses like this, because they're quiet, they're off to the, it's not affecting, I don't think, anybody. If light bothers anybody, get a set of shades. But you know, I saw the list in the Kensington, and that's why I'm here, because they're just getting out of control. I think people are just overly concerned. And I think that if they research it, they find that they're pretty economical, and it'd be a good boost for Berlin. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And then we have the next person that wanted to speak. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Keith Foster. I live on 97 Crater Lane, and I have a farm at 2053 Chamberlain Highway next to the lettuce factory. I have one question and a couple of points I'd like to make. The first question I'd like to make is how close will the retaining wall be to the property line that is put up on the north side of the property?
And you're asking that through the chair, right?
I am asking that through the chair. I apologize. Yes. So I was going like this. I wasn't
Oh,
sure.
I know. When you went that way, I want to.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so we're gonna find out what the height is.
The distance from the property line to the retaining.
Distance, okay.
You want us to answer that now, or you want to come back for about?
Well, if, either way, would you like, is that your main question, or what else do you have?
Oh, that was my main question.
Okay, all right.
And the 2 points I'd like to make is getting back to the aquifer for a little bit, and this is just a point of knowledge, so to speak, is that the city of Meriden does have a shallow well. Well, I'm not quite sure if it's shallow, if you're talking at a school, but they do have a well south of this property at the base of the mountain, where those greenhouses, the abandoned greenhouses are now. So I'm not quite sure if that is into the aquifer or not. And another point, I do have a hand-dug well on my property that was used, it was an orchard at one time, so I do have a hand-dug well. So the water table is very relatively high. There's a well-drained soil, the water table is relatively high, so I was always told that that was the aquifer, that was part of the aquifer there. I'm not quite sure, but I think that is a question that should be put to hydrologists that would know the answer from the state of Connecticut probably. And the other point I'd like to make, back in 1981, Governor Bill O'Neill passed a right to farm ordinance in the state of Connecticut. And what that right to farm ordinance allows is an exemption from nuisance laws, regulations, and ordinance for farms. And it applies to ag operations who have been in operation for 1 year and follow general agricultural practices. And the point I'm trying to make here is after 1 year, I'm hypothetically thinking, but if this company decides to put their lights on evening long, lettuce needs that, or you start to do different other things that maybe aren't prudent to the neighborhood. The town really doesn't have a leg to stand on as far as having to stop it, even though the planning and zoning requires that. As far as I can read of the agricultural farm ordinances, and maybe this is something that the planning and zoning commission should read before they make any type of decision on this. It is not a very broad statement, but I mean, it is a very broad statement. It doesn't seem to cover a lot of rules and regulations. And state statute is CGS section 19A-341. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone on? Okay, yes, sir.
Richard Solick, 95 Apple Lane. Not very good at public speaking, so try to bear with me.
Well, you're fine.
I live directly behind where this greenhouse is going to be. I've been there 33 years. I've listened to these meetings. I put faith in the town to do the right thing. Family's been in this town my whole life. My grandparents, my parents, children own houses in town. I own a business in town. We've been here a long time. I have seen no one have any concern for us at all, not even a little bit, none. So, with that being said, you know, and the fact that they were given a variance on the buffer zone so they can even be closer to the house. It's ridiculous. With that being said, I have a few things I would like concerned. So, if there's a few things. We would there would be, I would like that there be no outdoor machinery or truck traffic on the premises between 5 p.m. and 7 a.m. That the greenhouses have no illumination from dusk to dawn. That a natural boundary of trees be planted between our house and the greenhouses, the west side of 95 Apple Lane. Large enough to obstruct our view from the greenhouses. That a fence be put along the north side of Apple Lane, along Apple Lane north side from Chamberlain Highway all the way to our property in 95 Apple Lane. And that the groundwater, that there be groundwater monitoring wells installed on their property, and that an independent environmental testing company perform annual testing with the results submitted to the town for public record every year. So at least we have some kind of protection for our wells. Because everybody in the area is on a well there. Whether you guys want to believe it or not, we're all on wells there. So, you know, somebody's got to protect our houses. We've been there a long time. They're just moving in.
This is what we're gonna see out our bedroom window. 30 feet high, 2 feet taller than telephone pole.
Nobody gave any consideration. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
William Hayes, I live on 116 Old Hatchery. I am the hatchery supervisor, but I'm not here I'm here as a town resident, not in any official capacity. Last time at the meeting I spoke, I asked about a few things that I want to make sure get clarified at this meeting. Number one, the number of tractor trailers that are going to come in on a daily basis. We were told it was either 3 a day or 3 a week. Well, that's a big difference. So I want to know what that is going to be. Number two, I brought up concerns about leakage from the trucks. They plan on putting a gravel lot around the greenhouses. That has no protective barrier for any leakage, and tractor trailers leak. They leak all kinds of stuff. Not to mention the fact that there's no contamination protection from any fertilizer that they may be using. If it spills off the back of a delivery truck, it goes right into their specially constructed system that's supposed to take the rainwater and direct it directly under the building. You mentioned that last time. Well, if you spill a 50-gallon drum of fertilizer, it's going right into the ground, which is going to contaminate the aquifer. And like Mr. Boschman said, they have a very high water table, and the hatchery is downhill. So anything that goes into the water table, whether it gets in the aquifer or not, could travel downhill into the hatchery brook, which will contaminate my fish and kill my product. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Deborah Sanders, 336 Summitwood Drive. I spoke at the last meeting, voiced my concerns, but since the last meeting, I've talked with a lot of the residents who are affected by this, and we've looked at also the H2O farm presentation that was given on December 1st, and we're still left with many unanswered questions. I'll try to be brief. I mean, there's a number of them that residents have come to me and said, this is a big concern and we don't know the answers to it. So let me be as brief as I can. Number one, I think the aquifer is such a big concern for people because we depend upon that water. That's our potable drinking water. What chemicals are going to be used to nourish the lettuce crop? And should any of those leak into the groundwater and the aquifer? That brings up the next few questions. Does planning and zoning know what's going to happen to the wastewater and the runoff from this facility? How is the town of Berlin going to monitor what will happen to the wastewater and runoff from the project? And we don't know what is the current policy of and procedure used by the town of Berlin to test water and provide oversight. It appears there is none. We have learned from Berlin Inlands and Wetlands that Berlin does not provide any oversight of our aquifer. And clearly, this is going to be very necessary with a facility of this size and scope. How has Berlin planning and zoning addressed the safety of that potable water? That's the big question that keeps coming up from so many people. Is the town of Berlin even prepared to drill perimeter wells in order to monitor aquifer protection? The other concerns, of course, have to do with the potential environmental pollution. We don't know that anyone from Berlin has contacted the Department of Environmental Protection and asked their opinion of such a project. The other thing that this has beyond the aquifer, people in South Kensington, the ones that are going to be affected by this, really are upset that they have not been notified by Berlin Planning and Zoning about this project a year ago. Now, I know a member here at the last meeting mentioned that a notice was put in the New Britain Herald. And considering that many residents do not subscribe to the New Britain Herald, which is an out-of-town newspaper, there really was no way for us to know about this project when it was first proposed over a year ago. A few people were contacted in the immediate area, but not all the people who would be affected by this. And if this is not the practice of planning and zoning, we are going to ask you now, when are you going to notify all these South Kensington residents of this project? Another question that came up is the plan of conservation and development. From what I understand, that is now up for review again. It was first, or at least it was the last voted on and approved in 2013, and I think it's coming up again. I can't imagine that you would change two things in there that are so important. I think very, very important. Namely, the concern for pure, clean water, and also the importance of maintaining the beauty of the cultural landscape along the Chamberlain Highway Ridge. Those questions keep coming up from residents of South Kensington. You know, the visual impact of this facility, it is large in size and scope. And we really question whether any of, there was a consideration, as Mr. Solik said, thinking about the people who are going to live next door to it, what they're going to look at when they look out their house window in a facility of this. You know, I've been a resident for nearly 50 years in Berlin, and I do feel a love for the town and compelled to carry on the legacy of the beauty of that landscape and about the residents who for many generations have lived in that area and now really do feel that they've been abandoned. There's another question that came up from people quite a bit, and this really isn't a planning and zoning thing, but it is a thing that affects residents in that area, and that is the minimal revenue advantage that the town of Berlin is going to see for this project. And, you know, I guess the big question is, what is Berlin getting out of it? Is the question that people ask. Considering that the tax revenue is minimal and the residential properties around it may see, quite understandably, a depreciation in the value of their property, why are we going ahead with this project? I have a question, and I've done my research, and other people have brought this up to me as well. Why was this particular residential site chosen of all the places in Connecticut? And, you know, considering that I know H2O Farm was considering a facility near the New Britain Data Center just 2 years ago, to us seems a much more appropriate site than a rural residential area that now they are putting this in. We want to know why that project fell through in New Britain. And last, the question that came up a lot also is, how is the H2O Farm facility addressing combined heat and power requirements to heat and power the facility? I don't believe that was brought up. And that is something that obviously is great concern to people. So without answering these questions adequately, I feel that you are really failing to protect Berlin residents. People really do feel that their interests are not being considered. And secondly, I am very concerned also about putting Berlin at legal risk. And I think that concludes at least the immediate questions that came out of the residents with whom I spoke.
Thank you very much. Maureen, let me ask you, we have some written.
So, yes, I'm sorry, I did go back to your attention before the
No.
meeting, that we did get a couple of additional items that I was requested to read into the record. So if I may,
Sure.
came in at 6:33 PM. So therefore there was not time to distribute to you in your packet, in your supplemental packet. Maureen attached her 2 photos, one taken from Chamberlain Highway looking northeast just before number 2107. The other taken from 0 Chamberlain Highway, Boston Tree Farm looking southeast. The red line gives an idea of 30-foot elevation based on telephone pole height. The line on the photo looking southeast touches top of pole about 200 feet from the road. As can be seen, structures at this height obscure most of the cliff view. I believe Dylan's trying to bring up the photos, which I can pass around as well, if you can't do that. I'm sorry, I'm gonna reread that. The line on the photo looking south northeast touches top of pole about 200 feet from the road. As can be seen, structures at this height obscure most of the cliff view. The architectural rendering of the barn facade facing Chamberlain is misleading in that its perspective is from the elevation well above street level, allowing a view of the cliffs and fields behind the building. Also, I have not heard an answer on noise and light levels that can be expected from the proposed facility. Thank you, David James, 1863 Chamberlain Highway. So these are the photos on the screen. Do you want me to pass it as well? And that's the other photo. And then I have a second letter from George Millard, subject to H2O greenhouse proposal, questions for public hearing 12/15/2022. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend tonight's public hearing due to illness. I would appreciate if my questions could be read into the record and addressed at tonight's public hearing. Thank you. When one greenhouse is fully operational, how much nutrient-rich water is in the system? Parentheses, gallons, question mark. My understanding is the water is going to be constantly recycled, only adding additional water that is consumed by the plants and lost to evaporation. My research indicates that occasionally closed loop systems need to have their water replenished, e.g. in the event of a widespread fungal infiltration, parentheses. If this is true, how do you remove the nutrients from the water and where do you discharge the water? If not the case, do you ever discharge water from the system and to where? 3, do you use any pesticides in the growing process at any time during the year? If so, how are these stored and protected from leakage? What nutrients are used, in what volumes, and how are these stored and protected from leakage? 4, in the event of some type of disaster, e.g. hurricane, tornado, plane crash, etc., in parentheses, which results in massive release of water, what systems do you have in place to contain it? I believe many states consider nutrient-rich water used in hydroponics to be toxic in high volumes and do not allow it to be directly discharged into sewers or the ground without treatment. 5, while hopefully improbable, I think we need to plan for worst-case scenario. In the event of a massive spill, we need to understand the impact. Have you done hydrological mapping to understand the impact of a massive discharge on surrounding aquifers and waterways? Personally, I think you need a contained impervious surface for each greenhouse to be 100% sure. 6, do you plan to provide liability insurance to hold the town harmless in the event of an environmental event during your operations? 7, fast forward 20 years, you decide the business is no longer viable. I'm not sure how much market there is for 500,000 square feet of greenhouses. In the event this happens, I can see this quickly becoming an eyesore as it deteriorates. Kids will have lots of fun seeing how many windows they can break. Do you have plans to demolish and return the land to its natural state in the event you cease operations? And that was dated December 15th, 2022.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Yes, if you wish. Yeah. Again, we're still in the public hearing. As a commission, we have not yet started to deliberate this, so obviously we also have a lot of. I know some concerns have been raised that we don't seem to be interested, but we are very interested as a commission. And we'll have time to share our thoughts as well with you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, yes, Doug Sanders, 336 Summerwood Drive. I spoke last meeting too, so I won't repeat myself here. We've heard some of the other discussions here, not only on this application, but on some of the other applications, and things like line of sight is very predominant, you know, with Starbucks and everything. Well, has anyone thought we're up on the hill? We're going to be looking at 8 acres of roof, not just the facade like a barn. We're looking at a roof. Okay, so that's a consideration. We heard from one of the, I think it was a town employee who talked about Elton Road. They do periodic monitoring. We brought that up last time. So I think it behooves us to do some type of active monitoring as well. Not only from a liability standpoint, but from protecting all the local wells. And thirdly, we've been talking to a lot of neighbors. By the time you look at the risk of this project, pollution, the minimal economic benefit of it, what it's gonna do to the vista and everything, most people that we've spoken with would agree, why don't we put up R86 or 4-acre zoning? And most of the people that we've spoken with would prefer to see that. Minimal impact to the school, minimal impact from an environmental standard. Put up 4 houses in this 19-acre lot. That brings more economic revenue into the town without having any of the negative detriments to it. And then the same thing goes, like I mentioned last meeting, all that property going down South on Chamberlain Highway. Think of the nice community you could do down there, minimal school impact, etc. So I don't know if this commission has considered other uses for this property. For years, we've been in town for years as well. It sounds like from industrial or an office, we all know when we bought what we were getting into here. But it seems like there's a better use for that land that has lower risk to the town and more economic benefit. And is more pleasing to all the local residents as well. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so I think that's anyone online. All right, okay. Oh, yep. Okay. Way back.
Chris Capola, 66 Harris Drive. So I'm also on economic development for the record. I'm for bringing business in the town. Part of our job is to make sure it's the right fit, the right place, things of that nature. The things I have to do for my daily job, help people brand businesses, increase market share, build a business. When you do a website, when you do PowerPoint presentations, I don't know a business that has that doesn't know the content that's in.
Excuse me, I just got a message that you're hard to hear online. Could you lean forward?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I don't know many business owners that don't know the content. They're usually intimately involved in what's put out as the front face of the business. So a few weeks back, I just looked, to see what kind of operation it was. I grew up farming in North Haven, dirt farming. And I noticed that on both the website and the PowerPoint, they're referencing its factory. So we talk about tax revenue, PA 490, things of that nature. Well, if they reference themselves as a factory, there's no need to get PA 490 status. They can pay taxes as if they were a factory, as any other factory in town. So that's just one thought. And that's up to everybody in the town to decide, not me on economic development or as a private citizen. However, one of the things that I did do, growing up, I was always taught, believe not what you hear and half of what you see. So I went back and I started looking at the different meetings that were happening. I have about 1:25 of the November 4th, 21 meeting, where, and I can play it if you'd like, where it was stated that they were going to be using rainwater collection systems and silos to collect that water. Now, we just had a deficit of rain of about 7 inches for a portion of the year. Jim Horrible told me that the Stocking Brook, which runs on the east side of my property, went dry in July because Elmere dropped 18 feet. We now know that this project is going to try to use 10,000 gallons of water a day. Does anybody in your right mind think that you're going to be able to collect enough rainwater to provide 10,000 gallons of water a day on that project? No. So my next statement is can we have Corporation Council reach out to Meriden Water Supply, Watershed, and find out when did these negotiations start to get this water bought? Because if this is the statement that was made, And at that time, they were negotiating to buy water, and knew they were gonna need way more than what Rainwater could provide. And my fear is that the information that this commission was given wasn't appropriate information, and we voted based on information that's not, as we know now, what was stated. There's no way that they're gonna collect 10,000 gallons worth of water a day in that project off the Rainwater, especially if we have a drought. So they knew they were gonna have to take it from somewhere else. You have a business with people. You have to interact and you have to be straightforward. It has to be mutually beneficial. Can't be one-sided. I'm curious to find out, when did the negotiations start? Was it during this time? Were they aware of it? Because you need to know that on this commission, you voted to make those text amendment changes and things of that nature based on the information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Jennifer, did you have anything at this point? Are you, I'll just circle on back to you before we.
Sure. I do, and I did send Maureen and Dylan a link to your Aquifer Protection Agency regulations. And I think that the difficulty that I'm having in terms of understanding the argument that's being made is that it's very nonspecific. In terms of the agency's jurisdiction, and I asked them to just put up, and I can see it on the screen share. I hope that all of you can view it as well. And I mean both the members of the commission as well as the public. This is the definition of regulated activity from your Aquifer Protection Agency's regulations in the town of Berlin. As some of you may know, who are members of the public who've been researching this and gathering information, the agency of the town which serves as your Aquifer Protection Agency is in fact your Inland Wetlands Commission. And two of your commissioners on your Planning and Zoning Commission do serve on the Wetlands Commission as well. But in terms of enforcement, in terms of triggering an application, the process is very similar to that of your Wetlands Commission. And an application needs to be made if in fact an applicant is going to be engaging in regulated activity. What I did not hear in the comments that were made is what specific activity the interested member of the public, and I believe it was Mr. Miniter. He did not identify how the jurisdiction of the agency is being triggered. So if he could please come to the podium and indicate, because, as I read through this definition of regulated activity, and it's quite long, so, I'm not going to take the commission's time to read through it, but I would like to know specifically under which provision he is claiming that the jurisdiction of the agency is triggered.
Francis Miniter again. It's triggered under the charter, which you have not brought up. Section 2-21 of the charter says that they shall adopt regulations, and
These are the regulations though, Mr. Miniter.
I haven't finished. They shall adopt regulations. The regulations shall provide for the manner in which boundaries of aquifer protection areas shall be established and amended or changed, and then procedures for regulation of activity within the area. And that may differ from area to area. We have a very, very important aquifer here. And if the APA has not yet established boundaries of it, they are obliged to do so. And they are obliged under the charter, not under the regulations that they adopted, but under the charter, which comes above the regulations. The regulations are subordinate to the charter, just as regulations adopted by any agency are subordinate to the laws passed by the legislature, which provide for the agency to adopt regulations. And therefore, what is missing here is the referral of this matter to the Aquifer Protection Agency to start the process of mapping the aquifer so that it can be protected and determine what approved uses under subsection 2 are going to be allowed. So they subsection 3, then you can apply to conduct activities within the regulated area. But it has to first be mapped out so that you know what you're dealing. And at this point, no one in Berlin knows what they're dealing with. No one in Berlin knows how big that aquifer is, whether the water moves under it, in what direction it moves, how fast it moves. You're working blind because you haven't had the proper study done by the Aquifer Protection Agency. You need hydrologists, you need specialists to do something, and you're not adequate to do it. You need to involve the agency that has the responsibility.
So are you saying factually that this aquifer is a new aquifer? No.
No, it's
been
an old aquifer. It's been around there a long time. It has been neglected. Let me make an analogy.
And so when the mapping occurred, it was not mapped as a protected area.
It should be mapped as a protected area. It has not been addressed. I want to make an analogy. The EPA at some point was given Superfund authority because it was discovered that there were several very polluted sites around the country that needed special authority. So they got Superfund authority. That doesn't mean that Superfund authority only applied to those particular spots that was the means of activating their authority. They have then found many other sites that are so polluted that they needed to be Superfund sites. There's 3 in Southington. They existed at the time that the EPA got Superfund authority, but they weren't known about for years afterwards. It's when they became known that the EPA said, yes, we've got to do something. We're going to map these Superfund sites and we're going to remediate them. This is the same thing you've got here. The APA, knowing now that there is an aquifer in need of protection because of all the families that use it. In order not to render South Kensington a place where no one lives because it gets polluted, you have to protect that aquifer, and the Aquifer Protection Agency has the same sort of responsibility that the EPA has when it finds a highly polluted site. You've got to map it and you've got to make regulations for activity within it that's allowed.
So I've listened again to these sort of generalized statements. And I think that the concern that I have is that obviously the town engaged an individual or a firm with the appropriate credentials to map the aquifer protection areas. So those aquifers which were in need of protection, and they did not identify, and by Mr. Miniter's own admission, this is an aquifer that's existed for a good deal of time, and they did not identify this area as a protected area. So you have a situation here where, you know, the activity, and again, the regulation is quite, in terms of the applicable regulations, they're quite lengthy. And I don't, you know, I don't know if all commission members are familiar with them. But you certainly are familiar with what triggers the authority of your wetlands agency on applications that you receive through your commission. And you have a circumstance here where, you know, the activity, I have question in my mind as I read through this definition of regulated activity, of course, first and foremost, because it says at the start that it means any of the following activities which are located or conducted wholly or partially in an aquifer protection area. This is not an aquifer protection area. That is not a fact with which anybody could disagree. It's absolutely true and accurate based on your public records. This is not an aquifer in an aquifer protection area that's been mapped. And the activities that are noted in the definition are not activities that are being engaged in, as I understand the application, I was taking some time to read through the definition. Again, it is very lengthy. I don't know if Maureen and Dylan, if you want to scroll through it for the commission so that they have an understanding, you know, as to what I'm meaning.
Okay, first of all, your argument is circular. It's not a protected area because it hasn't been declared a protected area because it hasn't been declared a protected area.
But you're
Under
missing.
that argument, you would not have more than one Superfund site in the entire United States. The point is, when you learn that some area is in need of protection, you deal with it. And this area, this aquifer, was very commonly used for all these years for well water and septic system for residential properties that had 2, 3, 4, 8 acres and were spread out. Now you've got a proposal to have a factory there, a factory that's going to use large amounts of nitrates, phosphates, sulfates. I submitted a document last time which shows the chemicals they're going to be using. And for once, for the first time, you've got an activity which threatens that aquifer. And now is the time for it to be declared a protected aquifer and to be acted on. And you have neglected to even address the issue, even to bring it to the Aquifer Protection Agency for them to consider it. And that neglect is at the heart of all this problem. The Aquifer Protection Agency has failed to act. You have failed to refer it to them, and nothing is being done to protect the aquifer and the people that rely upon it.
Okay.
Attorney Capola and Madam Chairman, if I could just state a few comments. Jim,
This is Jim Hartle.
Okay,
both the,
all
who
right.
acts as both the agent to the Wetlands Commission and the Aquifer Protection Agency. The Aquifer Protection Regulations of the town of Berlin were created as a result of a requirement of the Department of Health and I believe the DEP back in the mid-2000s that required all public water supply agencies to map the aquifers whereby they draw water from. The town of Berlin spent considerable time and money mapping the public water supply aquifer that is located running approximately parallel with Elton Road from Kensington Road down to Silver Lake. That is the only area that we are required to regulate as a part of the state regulations.
Okay, so I guess that's my answer right there. All right. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that's true.
All right.
The city manager has a-
Okay, you have to use the microphone, state your name or whatever. I know the hour is getting late.
Yes,
Everyone
but
needs to
this
take
is
a
the
breath.
last chance. So, Keith Foster, 97 Cradle Lane. City of Meriden has a well back there. So even though this particular, it's not been mapped because it's not used as a public water supply, it still doesn't mean that it's not an aquifer right there.
I did not say that. All I said was that the meaning of my statement is that by our staff expert, Mr. Horrible, who's in charge of Inland Wetlands Commission. Now, he is aware of the different waterways in the aquifer. What he was trying to do is define why this is not part of the protected aquifer that the attorney was speaking about.
That does not mean that it's not an aquifer.
I didn't know
Okay.
that. What I was just saying is that I now understand why Mr. Horrible was explaining to the commission what the process was for him as that aquifer protection agency so noted for the
But
town.
I'm getting back to Attorney Minter's point, and it's because it hasn't been used as a public water supply. Doesn't mean it's not an aquifer.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. It's a catch-22 for me sitting here with this. However, I just wanted to make sure that the commission is clear on what Mr. Horrible had said. Yes.
I think that the best, Jim, Jim,
Yes.
I remember correctly, this, the aquifers were mapped in the 90s. The only aquifer that was regulated was the aquifer, 2 Elm Roads, well site. Is that correct?
Correct. We regulate the public water supply aquifers.
That's correct.
Yes.
That's
All
correct.
right,
Okay.
so everyone's on the same page now. Okay, but that doesn't mean that the aquifer doesn't exist. What, I'm sorry?
I was reading something, can you scroll down a little bit in that document?
I think you gotta use your microphone. Is your microphone on? Yeah, so everyone can hear.
Sorry, go down a little bit more, please. Okay, that,
And I have to look forward. I can't look back. So I can barely read.
We
that,
can,
so-
we can blow it up wider.
Yeah.
I have a question,
Which item is it?
I have
Do
a
you know?
question regarding,
R.
I mean, I could be off base, but it's not regarding well, it kind of is pest control services, because from what I understand from the presentation, and here's where I'm confused. In the news story that they showed us, the reporters on the news story had said that there were no pesticides used. In their presentation, they said there were very few pesticides that were used. I have questions about what are the pesticides that are used? How much are they using? Where are they storing them? What happens with the wastewater? And I research, that's my job, I research for a living. I started to look into the company. And I just wanted to read something that sort of, and it's short, please indulge me, and I apologize, I know it's late. But it's when I go on the H2O Farm website, and I go to the About Us section. Under the About Us, there's 2 companies supposedly that run this operation. There's Groponics, which is, to my understanding, creates the greenhouses for this. The other company is the CTS Group. And what raises a red flag for me is when I read just the first couple of paragraphs. And I'm going to read it so that you all know what I'm talking about. It says the CTS Group, established in 1921, is one of the most prominent companies in Israel, engaged in healthcare, cosmetics, plant protection, and pet care sectors. CTS is strongly involved in representing major pharmaceutical manufacturers such as Astellas, UCB, Nycomed, Sanofi, Aventis, Mitsubishi Pharma, and more, while also developing, manufacturing, and marketing its own RX and OTC products locally and internationally. CTS has been helping farmers grow safe and healthy crops for over 80 years through Agrica, its agricultural division, focusing on production of plant protection preparation. What is that? I don't know if there's chemicals in that. I don't know if there's pesticides in that. It raises a red flag for me. I have concerns. I am concerned about the water supply. I'm listening to the residents. I do have concerns about that. And representation of agricultural multinationals such as Syngenta, BASF, Valent, Sumitomo, and New Farm. All of these companies, I don't know what all of these companies are. The names sound a lot like pharmaceutical companies to me. I have those kinds of concerns reading this, and it's only because I'm researching. I feel like
we don't know so much everything about this company, what the intentions are, if there's pesticides in this lettuce and they're being circulated over and over again with fertilizers in the same water. The lettuce, is it one of those plants that sucks up the pesticides and thus we're having GMO lettuce and people are taking it in that way? What happens to the wastewater? Do they change out the water? Because if it's sitting, you know, there's a potential for algae and things like that. Then, as other people have mentioned with nitrates and other chemicals, there's a lot to think about. And I think it's at face value when you look at it and somebody comes and they say, we have aquaponics, it's the wave of the future. This is great. This is new farming. You need to look deeper into it. And I don't want to apologize, but I can't help myself because I'm a researcher. And so these are the types of things that I'm researching. I'm doing due diligence for everything.
Well, it's definitely a concern. Anyone else on the commission? Okay, all right. Anyone else on the commission? Oh, I know. Oh, okay, that's true. Jennifer, is there anything else? Because I know that we have still have to deliberate. I don't think.
If you're talking, you're muted.
I'm sorry. No, because I think that you have other issues being raised here that, and you do need to give applicants, counsel and any consultants an opportunity to respond. There seems though to be a lot of supposition about what's being used. I think that we need some clarity here for the commission to have an understanding of, these concerns that are being raised, are they in play or not in play based upon the use itself, because that's what you're focused on.
Well, yeah.
That's what you have to focus on. So
that's the process.
Yeah. So Attorney Monshine is there. Perhaps he would like to start to respond to some of this, considering the lateness of the hour. It's already 10 of 11, so
I thought it was.
I don't want to take any of your time with my comments about the aquifer issue.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Another wonderful night, right?
We'll try and be quick.
Okay, no, that's okay. I mean, this is important stuff and I appreciate everyone's patience.
The first, thank you, Brad Moonshine, practice law in Glastonbury, Connecticut. I want to thank the commissioners for allowing us to respond to the questions and concerns raised at our December 1st hearing and at the third meeting. We understand that there are important questions that must be answered. We're going to do so this evening. If at the close of the public hearing, the commissioners have any additional questions, we'll be glad to provide answers to the best of our ability. We believe our project will be an asset to the Berlin community, its heritage, and the need for Connecticut agriculture to transition to 21st century environmentally friendly growing technologies. We will be a responsive and responsible member of the neighborhood and the entire Berlin community. When we first looked at the property on 2107 Chamberlain Highway, the real estate agent introduced us to some local neighbors. We met others during the text amendment process, and on 2 occasions, in speaking to the Economic Development Commission, we offered to conduct tours of our Guilford facility and to come up to Berlin to meet with neighbors. For whatever reason, a tour or a local meeting didn't occur, but we're sure that a tour would have alleviated many of those concerns. We'd like to remind the commission that we submitted revised site plans that address the recommendations and comments of town staff, including your staff, inland wetlands, engineering, water control, and the fire marshal. Also, as a reminder, each of those town departments has provided a favorable review of our project and have concluded that our project would not negatively impact the town or its resources. Before we begin with the actual issues, as a general matter, I have been, and many of you on the commission have been involved with projects that garner significant comments from the public. As we have seen in the last public hearing and tonight, these comments come from concerned citizens, but do not always reflect
many of the factual and legal realities of the project. For an example, and one attorney keeps claiming that the Aquifer Protection Agency of the town is not doing its job in opposing this project. Legally, that agency has no jurisdiction over this project and has undertaken all the actions it is legally obligated to with respect to the only aquifer protection area in town, which is not near our site. We'd also like to point out that one of the speakers at the last meeting, an attorney representing a neighbor, correctly pointed out that this project should be approved by the commission because the application complies with the zoning regulations. We agree with his assessment. And finally, before we get into specific issues, I wanted to address one that resonated with me personally. That was a gentleman who spoke about his son wanting to go into farming, but needing to travel to Texas to do so because farming is disappearing from Connecticut. Modern farming techniques such as hydroponics gives that aspiring farmer a choice to stay in Connecticut. Conventional farming is disappearing from Connecticut, but it is simply no longer economical in Connecticut. These farms are being turned into housing developments, land office developments, and other high-density uses, and will never be used for agricultural purposes again. Our business preserves the farming way of life for the Kensington area. Remember, like other high-tech advancements in agriculture, hydroponics is farming, and it continues the history of greenhouses along Chamberlain Highway. As Commissioner Zigmont said at the last meeting, this town wants to preserve the farming community. This project is the way to do it. Otherwise, the POD will eventually be built, or perhaps housing projects, or other commercial or industrial use will take hold. Lastly, I'm all sure you are aware our country's production of vegetables, including lettuce and tomatoes, is currently at a crossroads. Widespread shortages of produce are happening now, and the direct cause is the extreme drought in California and Arizona, and the inability to irrigate vast open farm fields. Conventional field farming wastes incredible quantities of water and is simply not sustainable. We can and must allow technological advances to help make food production local again. At this time, I'd like to introduce Scott Bristol, who provides some information on safety, water use, local watersheds, and geology, and various other environmental aspects of the area and hydroponic farming. Scott is with SLR Engineering. Some of you may know SLR by its previous name, Ilona McBroom, which is based in Cheshire, Connecticut. Scott is a licensed environmental professional and is a New York licensed professional geologist. Sure. So on the retaining wall, the answer is that it's going to be 3 feet from the property line.
Okay.
Let me also answer the question about CTS. CTS is an investor in H2O Farm. They don't supply any product or services to H2O Farm. Proponics supplies all of the materials. CTS is simply an investor.
Sorry, well then why are they listed in the About Us section? I'm having a hard time that believing that they're not more involved than just what they say, just an investor.
Because they are an owner. They own 50% of the company.
If they own 50% of the company, don't they have a say as to what goes into these vegetables, the pesticides and the things like that, what is used, or how things operate?
They do not involve themselves in the day-to-day operations of the farm. No.
Not day-to-day operations, general operations,
They don't
like a
have-
list of, like a protocol
No.
is to standard of operations.
No,
They don't have any kind of way that, like something to follow, like a, what am I trying to say? Like guidelines, standard guidelines for, in other words, if this greenhouse is gonna open here, it's standard protocol, functions same in one place, same in the other. They don't have a say in what kind of guidelines there are.
They don't. Proponics handles all of that. Proponics are the farmers. CTS is just the money behind it.
They'll have questions about the pesticides now, please.
We'll answer those.
Thank you.
We'll answer those coming up. But I did want to clarify that. And also before I sit down, actually, no, we'll do it after. We're going to talk about something.
Good evening. As Brad mentioned, my name is Scott Bristol. I'm with SLR International. Also, as Brad mentioned, our primary office here in Connecticut is in Cheshire at 99 Realty Drive. However, I am located in the Glastonbury, Connecticut office at 45 Glastonbury Boulevard. Just to reiterate, I am a Connecticut licensed environmental professional. I've been one for over 22 years now. As an LEP, I'm licensed by the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to evaluate known or potential groundwater and soil contamination, oversee environmental cleanups. I'm also empowered by the DEP to provide certifications on various wastewater permits and other documents such as environmental land use restrictions. As Brad also mentioned, I'm a professional geologist licensed in the state of New York. All in all, I have about 34 years of experience doing what I do. I'm a member of the American Waterworks Association, which is an organization of water utilities throughout the country. I am also a member of the Connecticut Waterworks Association. And I currently chair the committee that deals with permitting and other issues associated with water treatment residuals. When water gets treated, there's a waste product. It's largely aluminum and all the sediment that is filtered out of reservoir water. SLR in general, and predecessor company, Mylone McBroom, we've provided consulting services to various utilities in Connecticut, including the NBC, RWA, Aquarian, Connecticut Water Company, Wallingford Water and Sewer, Groton Public Utilities, Norwich Public Utilities, Willimantic Waterworks, South Norwalk Electric Water, and others. There's been a lot of discussion about aquifers and water supply. Hopefully I can shed some light on that. What I will also share is that as Mylone McBroom, we were the firm contracted by the Connecticut DEP, and the Connecticut Department of Public Health to lead the three, at that point in time, newly formed water utility coordinating committees, otherwise known as the WUCs, Western, Central, and Eastern. Berlin was in the Central WUC. We actually authored the final WUC reports, and those dealt with exclusive service areas, interconnections, long-term planning to make sure everyone had fresh, safe drinking water in the future. In addition to that, we also co-authored the one and only state water plan that was completed a couple years ago. There was one comment, just to address one comment from the gentleman that worked for the American Water Company. He had a question on backflow. As he probably knows, any non-residential water connection requires a backflow preventer at this point in time. The water companies work very hard to make sure that those are in fact working properly. I told you I was chair of one of the committees for the Connecticut Waterworks Association. There is a separate committee that deals solely with backflow prevention devices. So it's taken very seriously, and we will have one on this facility. Also, just to address another quick question on when the discussions with Meriden Water commenced, I commenced those. I met with the director of the Meriden Water division. I initiated those, I guess it was late summer of this year. So in regard to the raw water main, there is a 20-inch diameter water main that runs from Kenmere down to Elmere, which we've heard. Again, we've heard 3 million gallons of water a day move through that pipe, or is permitted to move through that pipe. Believe it or not, there's actually an existing connection from that water main into the property right now, today. It leads into the center of the site where there's an above ground mounted storage tank.
That water has been used for irrigation purposes in the past. We're simply looking to continue that use. So one of the other things that's been discussed is the 1996 agreement between Berlin and Merritt. That agreement, I think Brad has a copy of it, is simply for the town of Berlin. It was at the town of Berlin's request to install 4 hydrants on that water main. The agreement is solely pertaining to the hydrants. It allows we'd like to admit the copy of the May 1996 agreement as an exhibit.
Thank
We have
you.
copies for everyone.
If you have them, you can, if you don't mind handing them to her, that's easier.
So the agreement provides that Meriden has the water main, will allow the town of Berlin to buy and install 4 hydrants. It also allows, it actually requires the town of Berlin to maintain those hydrants. Also requires the town of Berlin to indemnify the city of Meriden if those hydrants become unavailable. There's no guarantee of water to the mains. The city of Meriden could not put themselves in a position where if they had a water main break, that they'd be held liable for it. That's standard practice for a water. But again, there's 4 hydrants. That's it. That's the agreement. For the right, I believe that the town of Meriden pays, excuse me, pays $100 a year per hydrant to the city of Meriden. That's what Ray Dreamer had mentioned to me. I don't know that that's true, but I believe that's the case. So it's not Berlin's water. This is the bottom line. It's Meriden's water. Meriden has agreed to let H2O continue to operate the connection to the main that's already there. We do have another exhibit that we can introduce that shows the location of the water mains and the hydrants. And Brad has copies of those.
May I ask a question?
Yep.
Or would you prefer to finish?
It's up to you. Your choice.
I'm not sure that you'll be able to answer the question, but a few years ago, we had an application for a text amendment to allow residential development in this area. And a representative from the city of Meriden Water Department actually testified during the public hearing regarding the well that's at the base of the ridge. And his testimony at that time, we happened to be in a drought year, so the reservoirs were quite low. And his testimony at the time was that they were considering activating that well because of how low the city reservoirs were. And his testimony came across to me at least as a threat that by activating that well, it would deplete the level of water in the area that was being proposed for residences, which is now being proposed for H2O farms. So if we find ourselves in a situation where we're in a drought year, it's just as last year, and many more to come, I think, with, you know, depending on how climate change affects us and all. I'm curious where Meriden's water would come from
to continue to supply their own residents. If they've already considered activating that well. And now they're having an additional significant draw from their reservoir supply. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Well, so the well is not currently being used. You are correct. It's not currently being used. It is in a state of disrepair. My conversations, this is somewhat anecdotal. But my conversations with the City Meriden Water Division have indicated that if they consider it a resource for their system, someday, it's kind of how it was put, someday they would like to see that well back in service. They have a registered diversion with the DEP for 430,000 gallons a day from that well, which is a pretty significant quantity of water. To put it in a little bit of perspective, so that, and I was going to touch on it, you're jumping the gun a little bit on me, but I was going to touch on it a little bit. So the geology of the area is somewhat unique in that right along the base of the ridge line, there's a fault, geologic fault right there. And the Meriden's well is basically right on top of that fault. So you have a thick section of highly fractured rock, highly permeable for water to move through. Also stores a lot. Okay. If you follow that fault line to the north of our project, to the fish hatchery, we have 3 wells. Also likely connected into that fault line. They have permits to remove approximately 750,000 gallons a day. So that fault line generates a lot of water that is valuable to people. It's somewhat hydraulically disconnected from the rest of the area because of the nature of it, it's where the basalt kind of, the bed shifted millions of years ago. The long range plans, I mentioned the WUPS, the Water Utility Working Committees. Long range, and certainly town of Berlin gets a lot of water from New Britain. It's baked in. Long range, there's this concept to interconnect New Britain with Meriden to provide some redundancy between their 2 systems. That interconnection would run right down Chamberlain Pipeline. So that's another avenue. A lot of the water companies are looking to interconnect so that they can move water around. If you remember a couple of years ago, maybe 5 at this point, late summer, we were having a pretty significant drought. Aquarium Water Company down in Stamford, New Canaan area, their reservoirs were going dry. They needed to move water around. You saw temporary water mains constructed along the Merritt Park. That's how they were moving water around. And it's a little bit of a scramble. Meriden would like to dredge their reservoirs to deepen and increase their storage. Also, that's down the road. So, hopefully that answers your question. They consider it a resource. They would like to see it back in service at some point.
I think what I was getting at is the testimony that was offered, which I understand you didn't hear it, but the testimony that was offered seemed to come across as if the reactivation of that well would deplete the water enough that residential wells would basically be unusable. And with dug wells in these areas, I'm sure shallow wells, because the water table is so high. I'm curious with your credentials if you think that that's a possibility, a reality, could be a reality.
If it were a dug well, quite possibly. Dug wells, they're not supposed to be used there by DPH standards. They are highly susceptible to all kinds of problems, especially like E. coli.
They are notoriously bad waterfall and unhealthy, quite frankly. The reason for that is they're near the surface. Also, a dug well tends to be open at the surface. And you get, it's not uncommon to find dead dug wells, to be perfect. Not something you want to be drinking. So as far as drawing down a drilled bedrock well, yeah, but the fracture zones have to be connected in order for that to happen. Connecticut, in general, relies very, very much on homeowner wells. That's water from mine, but right there. Iron, and manganese. But after spending some money on treatment, it works. Yes, to answer your question, it can draw down bedrock well, but the zone of influence of a bedrock well for a residential house is typically thought of about 50 feet radius.
Excuse me, we did get a question online for our speaker to re-identify himself.
Certainly.
So if you don't mind, thank you.
Name is Scott Bristol with SLR International.
Thank you.
So there's
So you mentioned that down the line, they're gonna wanna dredge their reservoir, correct?
that could be 20 years down the road. I
Well,
don't really know.
regardless of time. So what happens if they dredge it up and there's things that are stirred up? How, and if we're tapped into this, doesn't that contaminate the water supply? I mean, is there any sort of like a filtration? Because what concerns me is in number 10 here, it says the town does further agree to defend, identify, and save harmless the city, its successors, and assign from and against all claims to damages, costs, losses, and expenses in any manner directly resulting from the use of the water resource for the town, its employees, agents, or firefighting personnel. So what happens if there's something goes wrong? Somebody gets sick from the water because they were dredging. The town Berlin, from what this looks like, that we don't have any recourse to sort of handle it. Is what it looks like. I forgive me if I'm wrong, I'm just.
The water in the line is untreated. It's not. You might want to use your microphone. Well.
Yeah. You have a lot of what ifs, and I'll try to get through them.
I'm just trying to work with
Yeah.
this because in my mind, I'm always.
So dredging of reservoirs is a fairly common occurrence for water companies. As a lake, basically, that's impounded, it's dammed, they do tend to collect sediment that comes into them. That decreases their storage capacity. So periodically, the water companies will dredge the reservoirs. That's kind of operational. When you say stir up contamination, do you mean contamination that's in the reservoir?
I mean, anything that could grow, like in Berlin, it was the algae blooms that were growing in that pond. There's different things that could grow if the water's sitting, or, is there any kind of filtration system to protect the people if we're using this water and it's coming from Meriden into Berlin? Is there any way to protect people from if there's some kind of contamination? And I know you said that like the dug wells have E. coli, but anything.
So the water is transferred from Kenmere down to Elmer. Meriden has a water treatment plant at Elmer. Okay. So they're transferring the raw water, just like you would pump out a lake and send it down a hose to the next pond. That's exactly what happens here. So Kenmere is lower in elevation than Elmer, so they pump it upstream, basically. It is raw water, it is untreated. And it's going to have bacteria, it's going to have sediment, it's going to have, whatever's in the reservoir is in that pipe. Okay, it's raw water. You can't drink it. Already, you just can't drink it. It goes to Elmere, it's treated, filtration process, and then is put into Merion's distribution system. That water is not brought, the finished water, the treated water is not brought back into Berlin. That goes to Meriden. So no one in the area of Chamberlain Highway is drinking the raw water.
But I'm just trying to wrap my head around this and to understand it better. If the H2O plant uses the raw water, they're talking about using raw water. So this is water that's not being treated, that's being used to grow this lettuce.
Correct.
So I know certain plants soak up certain chemicals and pesticides. If it's not safe for the humans to drink, how is it safe to grow the plants in it? On top of the fact that you're adding fertilizers and pesticides to this. It's concerning because if the plants soak it up, it gets into the plants or ingesting the plants, you have the potential to make somebody sick from it.
Right. The water is going to be used to essentially water the lettuce. Just like you would take water out of a pond in your backyard and pump it into your garden. Water, it's the same concept. It can't be consumed by humans because it doesn't meet DPH requirements. It needs to be chlorinated, disinfected, and so forth. There's not chemical contaminants like you think, industrial waste.
I get that, but these plants, they're still sucking up. The plants, that's what they do, they suck up nutrients, they suck up pesticides, they suck up any kind of bacteria and anything like that. Can you guarantee that with the raw water, these plants aren't going to get contaminated and they're not going to soak these things up and inadvertently be served out to everybody? No, I get it, but I'm just, it's raw water and, if it's not safe for people to drink, then how are the plants?
All the vegetables are grown in raw water, the inside comes down raw water.
But this is water the rainwater is different than, I respectfully disagree with you. The rainwater is different than something that's been sitting in a body of water with algae and bacteria and things like that. Having said that, I understand that rainwater can get contaminated. I'm just trying to think of the growing process with the plants and the overall, how things shake out when things grow and nutrients get brought up into the plant, what the end result is and how these, if they hold on to this stuff and what the overall effect is if people eat this stuff and the safety of it all. It's a legitimate concern.
Yeah, and I think that we all have questions somewhere along that. But anyway.
As your fellow commissioner mentioned, it really is the same as growing. If we were growing the lettuce in the field, out in the open, it would be susceptible to all the things you mentioned. Plants do uptake nutrients, they uptake other things. Plants don't uptake bacteria, they don't. But that said, we are producing a food product. It needs to meet food safety standards before it goes out the door.
But if it has to meet food safety test standards, how are you ensuring that it's meeting it? Is it getting tested?
The same way lettuce that comes from California is tested. It's
How is lettuce
exactly-
from California tested? Okay.
I can answer that if you want me to give you a quick answer. There's something called GAP, Good Agricultural Practices. That is Department of Agriculture, USDA approved. And we meet GAP standards in all of the food that we grow. The food is tested and the water is constantly being monitored. So the food has to meet certain standards for it to be put into the market. So that's where you get your safety from. We're regulated by the federal EPA, regulated by the federal USDA, regulated by the Food and Drug Administration, regulated by the Connecticut DEEP, regulated by a lot of agencies to ensure that your food supply is safe, just like any other food supplier. So yes, I understand what you're talking about. I understand what your concern is. But to put your mind at ease, all of those concerns are the concerns of any of Agriculture. Whether it's in field, hydroponically, you talked about aquaponics, a little different than hydroponic. All of those concerns that you have, those are concerns that are regulated, brought on state regulated. About food safety, that the BP, everything has to go through the same standards. So whether it's agriculture, hydroponic, or field farming.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, go ahead, Diane.
Has H2O ever been issued a notice of violation by any of those agencies?
Never.
Talk about water supply from the area. Come back to the tactical protection areas for a little bit. And, maybe we can start by handing out another exhibit. Number 4. Yeah. 4, 5, and 6 all the same comment. So the first document is the Aquifer Protection Area Program fact sheet issued. Frankly, I don't recall if it's DEP or DH or a combined issuance. Looks like DEP. Then what we're going to also introduce is essentially a map that you've seen already. It's the Aquifer Protection Area for this section of Berlin. And then finally, the third one is a copy of your own aquifer protection regulations. So, yeah, it's been stated a couple times, but aquifer protection regs apply to public water supplies that are groundwater supplies that are drawn from sand and gravel aquifers, and that it has to serve 1,000 people or more. So it pertains to the water codes. The fact sheet says there's 122 areas in the state. There's actually 127 aquifer protection areas in the state. Only one is in Berlin, and that's really a function of the geology of the town.